I am pumped up my tits on Red Bull. I'm ready for Grand Finals. What is up, one and all, on this fine Thursday? Finals Thursday at that for Midweek Muster. That's right. A whole other week, and one that was chock full of excitement. We had one of our most stacked lineups of pros at the top level so far, and we had big surprises because in that finals, waiting already for an opponent, and apparently my freaking... I checked everything but this one thing. The bracket didn't update on this screen. Let me just quickly fix that. Anatand surprised all with a 3-0 over Beastie, which we'll be showing in that bracket shortly. Apparently exporting it 3 times didn't work. I think my Photoshop was having a bit of a heart attack. But that means Anno needs a date in that grand finals. And will it be the week of the Fox versus the Dog? Or is it going to be a Fox Fiesta? Because we could have a full Fox showdown. Vortex versus Puppy Paw. 2 reigning champions of Midweek Muster in their respective weeks where they participate. Remember, Puppy Paw, he took a break last week, so we don't know if Vortex is now the GOAT of Midweek. We don't know if Puppy Paw still is, or if Anatan is rising. Man, this is going to be an exciting day. I have a feeling that this is going to be a 5-game series between Vortex and Puppy Paw. I think that they are close enough matched. And then Anatan, I mean, with the way he played up against Beastie, so sound, so reliable, we could easily end up seeing an entire 7-game series. I think on average so far, we've been doing about 6 games each week in the finals, which is incredible. Can we keep that up? Can we up the average? Draft is already up and underway. We're going to switch over to it live on this screen. You know, I should actually start torturing Tune to do it in the background, but no, we are halfway through the draft right now, and then we will hop back to the scene. So this is going to be the semi-finals, remember, best of 5. Winner of this will go into a best of 7 against Anatan. So Anatan has already rubbed his hands together, waiting, anticipating, chilling in the background, seeing who he has to slay here. You'll be disappointed if the Photoshop slide is ever saved correctly. You know what? It will be, probably in like a week or 2. Can you guys, like... Oh, you can barely see that. I maybe set something up here. It's a little bit of a teaser in prep for a certain PC build we're going to be doing in 1 week's time. I can confirm we should have all the parts arriving in time to build the new top tier, god tier PC to round out the year and the final midweek muster. So we'll have finals next week. And then my mum will be joining me on camera for the first time ever to build... Can you hear that? All these parts. I might put out a teaser about who we're working with on the Wednesday. Wednesday or Tuesday. But to know the full deets, you have to be here live to experience it after the grand finals. So, draft complete. Let us switch back over to our draft scene and get that loaded in. So remember, best of 5s, you draft 6 civs, you only play 5 of them. A little bit different when we go to the grand finals. Grand finals is going to be a similar length draft, but you'll only pick and use 4. So while you pick more than 4, only 4 will be used before a redraft would occur. So either it's a 4-0 grand finals and there's no redraft, or the dynamic can completely flip when you get back into it. But I mean, look at the draft. Byzantine's getting banned, no surprise there. English getting banned, really no surprise. Both of these players are lethal with different playstyles with that particular civ. Chinese as a first pick is very un-Vortexy though, right? Is anyone else looking at that a little bit surprised? That's a bit of a takeaway pick, right? Like Puppy Paw, it's his signature right now. So the fact that Vortex snatched it away, you know, it's great to disarm your opponent, but I also think Vortex, it's not they can't play China. I just don't think it's like one of his top 3, top 4 civs. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw still has the HRE. They've always looked phenomenal in that, the Canadian bros. French has also been an amazing pocket pick as the fought for them in the best of 3 phase of the tournaments, right? Mongols in there as well. Japanese is then protected due to the Mongol pick. We have Himiyama, where both of those civs can be viable. Vortex has drafted quite well, I think, for Highview, Transhumance, Dry Arabia. Borderland maybe a little bit weaker. I think Borderland is where Puppy Paw, well, he has French, HRE. You could go Zhuji there. Vortex is likely on that map, what, thinking maybe China? Okay, Cameron, I don't know if that's actually doable, mate. we might not have time for that because that is I've literally packed all the ties away because we've cleaned my studio. So I might have to delay that until we have a real break. Push-ups I can do. Ugh. Blue versus red color scheme? Should be, hopefully. The lads have been pretty good for it. At least lose the glasses? No, dude. Oh, okay. Do I need to put inflation on these point redemptions? We're meant to be a professional well, so much for that. But the boys are getting ready, set up in the lobby. Reminder that we are going to have the grand finals happening pretty much immediately after the semi-finals here. Anatan should be around waiting, anticipating, ready to slay. It's going to be a freaking fun one. Start the feet on the cast. Good that you reminded me, actually. I need to get this boot off because I just realized now that we're set up, because I was rushing around. Yeah, rushing around on one leg. This is what I do for you guys. That's got to be worth at least 5 subscribes. Because we actually, barred the Photoshop, got everything clean cut and done in time here. So basically, when I'm not moving around, I need to have it out of the cast because otherwise it swells up bad. Like, it will fill out to the entire boot, which you do not want. So, trying to remember to take this off when I'm actually sitting stationary and just resting it up on the side because it's still quite swollen. By the way, you guys know when you take the glasses off, it's harder to actually coordinate with you guys. Lose the glasses one is wild. Yeah, probably needs to be a little bit more expensive these days. Like, you guys know I'm short-sighted, right? So, like, now it's very, very hard to talk to you. Show the feet on camera? Not for less than 5 subs. I'm not saying I won't haul myself out, but I've got standards. Nice window view? Damn right. I saw the image post on Twitter. Dude, I mean, I think I referred to it as noodle legs, right? It was pretty rough. If you guys haven't seen it, at KillerPigeon on Twitter. You should be following there anyway. It's free to do. And you'll see what I'm talking about. It was pretty horrific. Actually, you know what? You should follow me there. You should make sure you're liking all the posts so that you can help train your own Twitter feed to be less about the spam and more about my spam. So, boys are getting a lobby now. I think they are going to probably have the 5-minute delay, which I'll confirm when I load into lobby. If that is the case, what we'll do is we'll run a few minutes of ads before we get into the first finals game, so you guys don't have to worry about that. And yes, the semis are live. Shout out to the players for having the flexibility there. In some ways, they didn't really have a choice because it was getting way too late to run it otherwise. Puppy's going to wipe the floor with Vortex. I'm not entirely convinced by that. Like, you guys do recall what happened last week, right? I don't have that graphic available because I've overwritten it at this stage. But last week in the midweek muster, it was actually Wham that was waiting in the grand finals up against Vortex. That ended up being a 4-2 victory for Vortex. Meanwhile, when Puppy Paw and Wham go up against each other, they go 6 games on average, right? It's 4-2 Puppy Paw. It's 4-3 Puppy Paw. And then before that, it was 4-1 Puppy Paw. So to just write Vortex off is really disingenuous here. Sup, Baxter? How's it going? Thank you very much to Prime Sub. Welcome to Swarm. So yeah, like, I mean, what do you guys think? Ones of you think Vortex is going to take this. Twos of you think Puppy Paw is going to take it. Because Vortex came out of the door swinging, right? With a bat in that series. So really scary dude for sure. 2-2. I said 2s for Puppy Paw, right? You want a Fox final? That would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty unique. And Puppy Paw, like, on paper recently had, you know, he's the guy who's done 3 back-to-backs. Remember, Vortex, the most recent midweek muster. I don't want to say absolutely wiped the floor with Wham, right? It was 4-2. But it was definitely a dominant showing by Vortex. Some of those games were baffling. He's fighting for the revenge with his bro for the last KPMM. Whew. Tear in my eye already at that. I mean, Wham, like, technically, he needs to get revenge for his bro for last week from Vortex, and then he could get revenge on Anatan in the grand finals for his bro this week. Look at that. Puppy Paw could be his brother's keeper. Okay, so we're 2.5 minutes out from live. What I'm going to do is run 1.5 minute ads now. That's enough time for you guys to open your wallet, enter your credit card details, and subscribe to the channel. And then you could just keep talking to me throughout that time. So I'm going to run the 1.5 minutes now. Oh. Beastie, you sick or something? No. I think Beastie's argument is that he hasn't had as much time to prep. Like, sure, I agree. There's definitely an element of that, but also I wouldn't be disingenuous to Anatan's rate of improvement. He's looked phenomenal. He earned that win. He deserved every part of that win. That wasn't, if I'm being totally real, outside of what game one, that series wasn't really that close. Anatan played him like a fiddle. Game one, you know, after about 8 minutes, it didn't look that close anymore. Game two, there was an opening for Beastie, but Anatan flexed really well. And then game three was like what? Game three was one of the most one-sided games we've had in the tournament, I think. Like Beastie definitely got outshined by Anatan in that series. So let me get the predictions ready for you guys. Which is definitely fun when you cannot see. Thanks. God damn it. Alright. Beastie getting old? Brain. I mean, dude, Vortex is old. I mean, RTS are a boomer game anyway, right? Like, in fairness, the reality is there's more value in being a content creator than a pro. I've said this already. I don't blame Beastie for focusing on his content. He should. Like, I said this in his chat when we raided him the other day. Like, guys, who do you think's making more money now? Right? Like, is it Simple or is it Shroud? Right? Which one is worth more? It's pretty obvious. Like, you can make more money. Also, it's more reliable because you control your own destiny more. Obviously, there's the sporadic and unpredictable nature of being a content creator, but you have more control. I experience this as a freelancer every day, right? Being a caster or a host. I can have, like, you know, 2022 was my best year. 2023 is one of my worst years of casting work in terms of, like, what I made, right? So... compare that to, you know, content creators that obviously will eventually have their, like, peaks and dips. Just look at Ninja, for example. But, like, in general, you're able to really drum up more. Really? Yeah, really. I mean, Oh. Oh, you mean your comment? I guess it was the dick off comment? I don't know. Too many dicks in chat. Whoa! No, I'm kidding. Let's get ready to go. It's going to be French-Chinese as the opener, so we're hopping into the game. And you guys should have a little bit of time left to predict. I look moist? Damn, Charlie should sign me. You know, if there's any esports orgs that are maybe looking for a commentator... Oh, dude, that's a cool angle, right? I actually think that would be a really cool angle, is orgs hiring commentators to just commentate on the teams in different esports on their own primary channel. Why are orgs not doing this? Like, someone out there, hire me to consult you for these type of ideas. This is incredible. Rarely anyone does this, yet it's so valuable. Look how great Target does it. Obviously, I don't have that scale, but the brand's good. Anyway, let's focus on this because we've got semi-finals. It's upon us. It is finals Thursday here in the Midweek Muster. Week number 6. Vortex versus Puppy Paw. That's right. The reigning champion versus the previous reigning champion. Remember, Puppy Paw, he took week number 5 off. He wasn't there to defend his title when Vortex came through and slayed his bro in the finals. And now we have an interesting storyline. After Anatan was able to free Beastie, we could end up seeing a double revenge story or a Fox Finals showdown. Those are the two options. Remember, Puppy Paw would be able to avenge his brother, who Vortex beat last week. He'd be able to then go on and potentially avenge Wham, who got beaten this week by Anatan. Or it could be Vortex going in for a showdown with his recent new signee teammate over at Fox Esports. The kickoff here in Borderland. Chinese versus French. Now, this is a matchup that we've seen a few times this week, folks. It's been very intriguing to watch because it's very much a skill execution matchup. If the French player is able to keep the pressure up, scale knights, 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 it is going to be good night for the Chinese. But with that in mind, it is going to be Puppy Paw's signature. And I just realized, apologies, on the draft when we loaded in, it's because it didn't switch the names. I'm going to swap it around between the games. So now the drafts make a lot more sense, because when we had the drafts, it was an opening Chinese pick. I was like, that doesn't sound like Vortex. Is this a snipe pick? Now we have a clearer picture. This fits better, right? Like Vortex having picks like French, Mongols, Japanese, Jean. These are all civs that he'll thrive with. Meanwhile, later in the draft, we might see things like the Ayyubids and the Rus out of Puppy Paw that we know the Canadians have been coveting quite particularly highly. So, Vortex going on with the School of Cavalry opening. Puppy with the Imperial Academy. What do you guys think about this matchup? Like, we've seen it a few times, and we have our own narratives that we've woven, but what's your experiences on the ladder like? Because it's one thing for me to say, yeah, you know, when two pros play this, I mean, French can, like, drive a win. Have you guys been feeling that on the ladder? Or are you one of those people who has to, like, open Reddit and be like, okay, I'm for the 15th time this year requesting a French buff, please? French have been molly-whopping. I mean, I think they've just suddenly come in again out of nowhere, and people have been wondering why. I think it's because of the changes in the overarching meta. We've moved so far away from 2TC as the default that French actually feels good again. Sounds weird to say because this is a civ that could build 2TC themselves, right? So, in terms of game strat here, we're probably going to be seeing Puppy Paw go for the Barbican gradually into Jugnu. He's got a lot of sheep to work with for that as well. Holy kebab. 19 sheep over here, only 10 for Vortex. Is there a world in which Puppy Paw does something different? Like maybe you go for, say, Fast Castle? Because I feel like every time we've watched the Zhug attempt, it's just failed. Really badly, actually. And you have to keep in mind, if you're going to play like the atypical Let's Play Long Feudal, you're playing against Vortex. He's no pushover when it comes to the micro. And this is one of the civs that he's kind of renowned for, right? Like French, Mongols, English, really were the bread and butter of Vortex back in the days. Still remains so to this day. Map pool change benefit French. That's definitely one detail. I think the meta change is even bigger, though. Like how, if you took 16 civs in the game right now, how many of them actually go 2TC in more than like 40% of their game as an opener? Is it like 5? Maybe 6? Right? Like the main ones that are obvious, you got Abbasid, you got English, China sometimes, but that's not guaranteed anymore. China actually moved pretty hard away from these multi-TC builds. So that leaves you with, like, what as the obvious culprits? Rus also moved towards fast castle builds. So I think that actually did help French a lot because it just means that these players are contained more, right? They don't just get resources for free because they built this stupid TC on the double deer, and now what am I meant to do with this? Anyway, building these stupid knights, they're going to be coming in now. I've seen average players' opinions on knights. They freaking hate these things to this day. There are people petitioning for reworks to essentially nerf them. I'm like, are knights that good? Definitely not the highest level. That was awkward though. Vortex gets immediately pinched, doesn't get an iota of damage in. Beautifully micro there by Puppy Paw against one of the micro princes of AoE4. Mushroom Rage now coming in, so Vortex is going to be looking for that ramp up very quickly here. And this is why usually you're meant to be going for the Zhug quite rapidly. Puppy Paw does have the gold, just needs to sort the food. We need a micro tier list. So I guess Marine Lord would be number 1 because his micro is very good, but also he is smaller than all the others, so it kind of double tracks. Who's second though? What do you think? It's interesting because, like, from the micro argument, it used to be that Puppy Paw in particular, and Wham as well, rated insanely highly for the micro around Siege, right? Do you guys remember the mango dodges? But now it's like, dude, you don't actually need micro to dodge mangoes. You just need to keep walking in a direction. How do you get charged that close? Okay, so when you have spears like right in front of you, all you need to do is you A-click beyond them. If you A-click beyond them, you can get an immediate charge. Vortex is probably the best player at consistently doing this. He'll even do it with Camel Lancers, even though it's actually not worth it with Camel Lancers. The risk-reward of Camel Lancers is just so, like, oof, you might as well not even bother. But it's really important you do those charges, because if you get that off with the French, you get the bonus damage, right? Which is worth an extra 9 damage in the opening 5 seconds of the fight. Wall's coming up from Puppy Paw. We do have the Barbican. And this is now going to be the pivot into the Horseman, right? So he's going Horseman to try and deal with the Archers, and then he's going to be prepping Zhug behind this. At least that's usually what you're meant to do here. And the fact that Puppy Paw is raiding him with spears right now is quite comedial. Archers are there, though, so he'll have to just back away. He's holding a lot of spears in reserve. I actually like Puppy Paw's approach to this. It's very different. Most players just try to push from the front side so they can get reinforcements through. Whereas he's just looking for a little bit of tickle damage here, right? Kind of just remind his opponent that he's there. Nice attempt, but once again, not able to get it, so... Wait. Oh, wait. No, the wolf. Oh, no, dude. Okay, he's going to survive on 1 HP. He made the right reaction there. He was going to try to stab it down. That wolf would have won. Viewers, Lucifer and Vortex Marine Lord for best micro outside of Siege. I think what really helped Lucifer and Vortex is they were probably the best people leveraging the animation canceling error, right? Where you could just basically run a night line into an enemy army, hit them, move, hit them, move, hit them, move. They've done that better than anyone in the game at the time. I think that is part of what the micro legacy is and how it holds up. One area that I'd say Vortex and Lucifer have thrived in is multifaceted micro, where you would do multiple actions, right? They could raid with like 5 groups of knights incredibly well. They built that reputation up off of Holy Island in particular. They were fearful. But I think, you know, Marine Lord has confidently caught up. Beasties actually looked really incredible on water hybrid maps in recent tournaments. To a degree that, like, Lucifer and Vortex's edge there has shriveled up a bit. And then, of course, you know, Puppy Paw. We've seen him a few times on Archipelago already in this tournament. And he's been looking hot. So Puppy Paw not even contemplating Juke here. I actually like that because we mentioned if both players are playing and executing very cleanly, then the Juge Nu will eventually lose, right? Because the whole idea is that the French Knights just keep poking, they bait the spears to come out, and then the Knights basically absorb all the Juke shots. So in that trade, archers are gradually just winning the fight because these guys take way too long to kill for repeater crossbows. Hera's micro was top tier. I would be curious to Hera being back in, right? Because, like, he has good micro, but the AoE 4 micro and the AoE 2 micro, very different. You know, it's like, he might have good micro, but to just punt it out there for people, remember, he tried to go into League to kind of, like, go pro, right? And that was a different style of micro, which he wasn't able to execute. You know, like, my micro in Dota, I'd say, is, I'm going to put it out there, probably better than all of our pros. But their micro in AoE 4 is better than mine. So Imperial Palace on the way. I actually really like this build from Puppy Paw. He completely circumvented the big issue. And Vortex's army isn't really big enough to dive here. Oh, is Anatan... Is that in response to the Dota comment, Anno? I know Anno likes a little bit of Dota stuff. Hey, I'm confident in my abilities, you know? Need to dust them off. I haven't had as much time recently. Yo, Anno, what rank were you in Dota 2? Everyone in chat, like, who played Dota 2, what was your rank? I usually say rank don't mean squat, but you guys always try to do it to me on Age of Empires 4. Immortal? There we go, Killjadi. Yeah, but Killjadi, I watched you and Dimmu play. Disappointing. I mean, I was Immortal... What did I peak at? Was it Immortal 3200? Yeah. I think it was Immortal 3200. Dude, I remember I got that rank, I was like, am I? Has anyone had that when you just get like a top percentile rank, you go, is the game broken right now? I don't believe this. And Vortex is just going to try to send it. We're going for that signature aggro. So what, double ram? Maybe you go for like triple here. Immortal, yeah, so just to clarify for people, Immortal is Dota's equivalent of Concrank. But the cool thing that Dota 2 does is you get a number for your Immortal rank if you're in the top 5,000 in your region. And what is up, Zeko? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Get those subs coming in, guys. Let's see if we can drum up a lot of subs in prep for Christmas. My children need to be wearing Gucci's by 2025. So, I wish. So yeah, the interesting thing, I actually wish that the Age of Empires 4 done this, is like Dota 2, when you're in the top 5,000 in your region, you get a number. So like top 5,000 in Dota 2, the equivalent would be being in probably the... What do you boys think? I reckon like top 5,000 in Dota 2 is like top 300 in AoE 4. Right, if you calculate the player like trajectory and the fact you have like top 5,000 for 6 regions. That, I think the ratios add up there. So that'll be a metric. Of course, these two would basically be in the top 1,000, even higher when it comes to Dota 2 if they were similarly skilled there. Flash coming in. Vortex trying to prove that he's maybe got the edge in the micro. Good snipe down here on the Spearman. And behind this, Vortex is prepping for age 3. And he made the immortal mistake. Sorry, let me use Dota Rank's herald mistake of trying to ram a Barbican. This never ends well. Is he just dead? Holy this is over. GG. Once again, someone tries to ram a Barbican, and once again, it goes catastrophically poorly. What a clean execution by Puppy Paw, man. He's proven why this is one of his signature civs. That was clean. Every single time we've watched this matchup before, the Chinese player has gotten baited into building a Barbican, building a Zhuganu, and losing a long feudal. Puppy Paw had his notebook ready. He had been assessing this, and he understood well on a civ he plays more than practically any other that he did not want to be in H2. Comes over the top and gets an early lead in this best of 5. The question is, will Vortex strike back? Let's find out. Whew. Supposed to just ignore the Barbican. Vortex doesn't do long games. The problem with the Barbican is like it's a 5,000 HP structure, right? It takes simply way too long for Rams to get through for you to get any meaningful value. Vortex played too passively. I think what happened is he actually got freaked out after his first night almost died. What's up, Mighty M? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime sub. We got Hype Train, guys. Choo-choo. Let's see if we can get a new high score on a Grand Finals day. Because we have still got several hours of tournament play today. And then we've got a whole other week, another midweek muster, which is kicking off tomorrow. So you will get your free viewing experience. But so Killjadi, like, would you not have got paranoid as well after that first night? So I think what happened for Vortex is he almost lost that first night to the Spears and he freaked out a little. And then you just had Puppy Paw doing weird crap, right? Like running across the map with Spears is very abnormal in the defender-aggressor matchup, right? I know what Killjadi's going to be like. He's like, oh, I would have just pulled the villagers, more knights, you know, I would have killed him. But let's get that up on the scoreboard. So that's opening game, a really quick one, actually. Anna, of course, is sitting here ready. When required. You might have to be ready quick. Because next up, we've got Roos versus Yuji. I feel like if this is going to be good for Vortex, it has to be quick, right? Hey, what is up, Marv? Thank you very much, you legend. 5 gifted subs. Mwah. Appreciate you, mate. Hope you're having a good month. So, let me quickly pay out predickies. And we'll get ready with the next one. Can I have one of my mods please start predictions? Because I have that experience of like very laggy game once I'm in-game. So I can't do it. I'm going to pay out this prediction, but... God, it's taking so long. I'm so excited for this new PC next week. Alright, let's get ready to go. Anyone getting the sense that this is going to be a quick series? I am, because we have a rough situation. Game 1 over in less than 15 minutes. A win for Puppy Paw in the semi-finals to see if he can make it grand final appearance in the last 4 midweek musters he appears in. We're in week number 6 here. Anatan will be one of these two's competitor. And Puppy Paw, man, he got the Roos on Highview. This is just so good for him. We've seen both Wham and Puppy Paw have thrived on this Civ. And the reason why I think this can be a quick game is because Vortex has to play quickly. He's picked Juji. This is either Zhuganu all in, or this is a fast castle to yoink relics away with monks. What spec of the new PC? Okay, so guys, we're going to be building a PC on the 19th of December 2024. And I'm not going to spoil the specs. You want to keep out an eye out on my socials. I will be posting about them early next week. I'll be showing off the components. Then we'll be showing it and building it live on stream. And then I'll be talking about the different amazing brands we're working with across the following months. So I'm not going to spoil it just yet. I will say that we are giga stacked. We are almost at the absolute top end with a lot of our components. We've saved in some areas where it's just like not worth the extra spend necessarily. And with others, we've been very reasonable. But this is going to be a baller PC. I can guarantee you that much. Hopefully, this is going to be a baller semi-finals, because what I don't want is a snowbally semi-finals. Remember, best of 5s. The worst thing that could happen here is Vortex being 2-0 down with the drafts, the way I've seen them formulated here. There's a lot of worrisome details in there that might trip him up. Vortex still has some strong picks, like HRE, waiting in the wings. for him to try and utilize. But after what I saw in game one, I feel like he had a very linear strategy that just fell apart fast. And what surprised me is just how easily he got pushed off of his aggression, considering he is like, what, top 3 most aggressive players in AoE 4. Shows you what the type of level that Puppy Paw is playing at here. We did get the double hunt cabin opening. Did we get predictions in? At Tomb, force him to do it. Don't care if he's got a job. 39 passive gold is being generated right now for Puppy Paw. You feed your wife and kids off of betting on Puppy? You know when you say it like that, it sounds like you just attend an illegal cockfighting ring, but the dog variety. I don't know what those are called, but apparently you do. Golden Gate coming in. Meditation Garden on the other side. Oh. Oh. What is that? That is... I'm not imagining that. That doesn't look nice, right? I mean, he's going to get about 50 gold and, what, 30 wood? But, you know, we've got someone in chat over here saying that they feed the family off of the bets. I mean, there's no food here to feed Vortex's family. He's a pack of foxes, rather, with nothing to eat. Usually, meditation guns always get put on the berries, so a little bit surprising. Vortex could just be optimizing around Fast Castle. But with 8 sheep... Oh, no, that is... Also, at this point, why not just build it next to the berries, right? You're so close to the mill. I don't know what you really fear from the roost at this stage, if you drop the mill a bit further away. Now you're just going to have to waste like extra wood in the other game, right? A god tier high trade house incoming? Okay, I'm going to let you in a little secret. There is always a god tier high trade house coming on this map for Roost. It feels like you have to intentionally be trying to get a bad high trade house on Highview. He could drop it here, for example. He's already got the deer shoved in, right? You could drop it here, spawn this area, creates the body blockers, get crap tons. You could also just embed it nice and neat right between these 2 tree lines. How convenient. Vortex, meanwhile, is going to be rushing castle, but we know that the Canadians usually like to do this. We've got 2 TC. Interesting. 2 TC versus Fast Castle. I'm not sure if I like that for Puppy Paw, but then again, he doesn't really have a choice, right? You can't compete with Zhuji's unlock speed. They're way too fast. So yeah, I can kind of understand where they're coming from. I just saw, oh, thank you very much, Dr. Drunken Smuggler, and Always Cursing for the bits earlier. I did see you. Appreciate you. And also, Minamin with the Prime sub 2 minutes ago. You guys are legends. Look at that. We had a hype train. Let's see if we can save up for another one. For the grand final showdown up against Anatan a little bit later. Dude, I'm so pumped for this week. After what Anatan done in that other semifinals, my jaw dropped. I tried having my camera on when we used to cast like a few years back with AoE 4, and it just felt maybe out of place. I don't think people liked it. I kind of wish I was still doing it in those moments, just because, you know, the pog face. I am legit pulling it in some of these moments. Second TC coming in. This is glorious for the deer shove. Wait, is he shoving both? I'm confused why Vortex is not stopping this. This is a big miss by Vortex. A huge miss, actually. Like, these guys are infamous for this, right? You know, if I had to ask you guys to name 2 players that shove deer, which 2 players in AoE 4 would you name? Yakum asks, are you going to stream at the end of the year? So I am currently planning out a tournament for the final weekend of the year. So there will be something cool coming. Be cool. What, you guys don't think of Puppy Paw and Wham when you hear deer shoving? Are you kidding me? These 2 were prolific for it in tournaments in the last like half a year. Everyone would just intentionally start laming the deer because of it. Looks like castle is complete, so Vortex is going to be his way out. It was 27 wood, 50 gold in the end. B, Anno, Corv, B and Anno. I think more B and Anno for Pro Scouts players. Cat as well. But for shoving deer. Yeah, like at this point, Puppy Paw and Wham shove the deer with their dervish as well. And thank you very much for the bits, Medium Dr. Pepper. Where are you ordering that, Medium Dr. Pepper? What is your favorite carbonated drinks? Why was it Red Bull? So first vote that's coming home. This really strips the next play from Puppy Paw. He doesn't have that big of an eco lead right now, right? Vortex could even just contemplate prepping a TC behind this. Puppy Paw's in paranoia mode, man. Already building the spears. Yeah, I'm not talking about who invented it. I'm talking about who was the most prolific deer shovers, though. Like, what was it? I mean, they're Canadian, right? So maybe they play hockey, or did play hockey. What's the role that would shove the most? This shows how little I know about ice hockey. Actually, I used to quite enjoy ice hockey. The problem with enjoying ice hockey and living in the UK is we don't get real amounts of snow. We get, oh my god, look at this, 2 inches of snow. Lose your mind. The whole country's gonna crash and burn. Panic mode type like weathers, right? They don't really care about hockey. What do they care about? You know what the problem with hockey is? They don't want any contact. We've seen the way WAM walls, and we've seen the way they play like Roos and English. They don't want any contact for the first 20 minutes. And hockey is a full contact sport. I reckon they'd be more gym goers, you know? Like, spend 6 months not having any contact with people, getting buffed up, and then just getting like a roid rage fight with someone at the gym. Decap's coming in. Vortex was actually being very efficient about this. He picked up the Relic and the Sacred Site, and there it is, guys. We've got 2 TC. I mean, Castle's coming for Puppy Paw, but I think Vortex is in a pretty decent position right now. What do you guys reckon? 1s if you think Vortex looks ahead, 2s if you think Puppy Paw's ahead. Oh, wait, I just remembered what map we're on and what landmark is coming. Uh-oh. They only care about maple syrup. That makes sense why they keep drafting Highview now. These are maple trees. There you go. We figured it out. If these Canadians were actually the peasants in the game, they just walk over with a giant straw and stab it into the tree. Get your numbers in, though, folks. How big are we going? Second TC now coming in from Vortex. He's not going to go free, right? I don't think you need to. His next goal is probably going to be Yuan for the pagodas. Am I going to turn this into bidding? 205, 205, don't see high. We're 245, 245 going once. 245 going twice. 245 is too high. We have 60 trees in range. So this is probably about 176. I think sounds about right. We'll know shortly, though. Arch ranges now. Wait, Puppy Paw. You can't do this every game. Wasn't it Wham and Puppy Paw that were arguing that spears haven't been over-nerfed? They're just trying to prove something at this stage. One law coming out. Puppy Paw. Oh, no! Houston, we have a problem. That's an expensive loss. Remember, it's not just your opponent has 4, you don't have 4. It's an 8 resource unit differential now off of that play. Crossbow transition coming and Vortex ramping it fast. High Trails hit us in the meantime, 173. Did I say 176? 74? Damn. I quick brain math fast. And the Lancers are mopping up. Oh, this is catastrophic. The difference this makes, right? The spears is not just because your opponent has less units. The other problem is, A, he hasn't vetted them, but B, when these spears attack the other spears, you can no longer brace. So these Lancers never get stunned. Oh man, the only thing that's doing damage to Vortex's economy right now is a single wolf, the true enemy of the fox. Spearmen are trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, but crossbows already arriving, a few Zhug as well. We also have horsemen being prepped, so Vortex just a step ahead, aware that Puppy Paw is going into crossbows. The Monk would have died if he committed. It's really difficult. What you have to remember is that the hardened spearmen only have 8 damage, and the Shallow Monk offsets 25% of that, right? This unit has 2 armor and 170 health. So, like, he panicked for good reason. The problem is he probably shouldn't have tried it in the first place. You have to think of these monks like you do a warrior monk. They're insanely tanky, right? Warrior monks are 170 or 190? I think it's 190. Normally a monk is 90 health, which is why almost any situation you see a monk and they wallow, yeah, you can just kill him. Men at Arms now coming, but wait, isn't that like a losing play for Puppy Paw? If Vortex just keeps building crossbows, yeah. Granaries are also coming. Other side of this, we do not have any... Okay, we have a small cluster of farms. So 5 farms coming in so far. This map makes the game look very pretty. I know, right? Do you know why the map looks so pretty as well? It's almost like a very talented map creator that also knows how to take pictures of maps done it. Hey, World's Edge, I would recommend reaching out and hiring Caillou. No, Puppy seems to be ignoring the deer. I guess this is like a... What was it? A life preservation type reserve? Wait, what the f... I'm sure in no meaningful way will this come back to haunt him later. Wait, does he... No, he doesn't even know. Wait. I mean, Vortex has a few lancers here, right? The deer and husky. Okay, that has to be one of the silliest ways I've seen a wall left open in a while. Oh. Funnily enough, we had something similar in a series with Wham on Transhumans, if you guys remember. But that was because buildings were in the way. This isn't because of buildings at all. We just didn't build it. Meanwhile, Vortex trying to compete on the long walls here. Is there a world in which Vortex maybe considers free TC? Probably not. I think it's still more to just get into pagodas. You reckon Marine Law can fit through there? That's why, hey mate, that's why he refused to come to the gym with me when we're at events. Because he wants to get through those tiny gaps, you know? And then when the apocalypse comes and we're both being chased by an army of zombies, and like we get to this thin little piece of wall, and he slides through and says, "Come on, would you be coming?" I'll be like, "I can't, I'm too fat." But that's why I keep my Protein Works peanut butter with me at all times, guys. It's not just delicious, but in that event, I can then just slaver it over my body and slide through. Or, if that still fails, when the zombies try to grab me, their grip's going to slip. I thought of it all. I thought not getting to the mangoes. Interesting. I mean, makes sense. We've seen the Canadians actually probably better than almost anyone at leveraging Siege defensively in Castle Age still, right? And that's very difficult to do. Siege, I think, has become more of a game ender for Castle than a game defender. Wait. I don't skip the push-ups. I've got a broken ankle and I still do the push-ups. I'll certainly get one of those, like, oh, dude, why am I getting shamed for my strong leg? Okay, technically this is my weak leg. I mean, sure, it looks thin. But, you know, I like to just think it's, like, aerodynamic. If I ever take up karate, I'll be able to, like, move it much quicker than my right one now. Because there's less air resistance. I thought of it all. Horseman coming in now, so Vortex is trying to poke. At this stage, Puppy Paw's eco is pretty widespread. And he's playing static military, right? Is my leg still purple? No, it's going more of a black and a red. No, I'm kidding. It's more just red and puff now. I can wholly not recommend breaking your ankle, especially when it's the complicated bones. And when you have an old lady on my partner's side of the family going, "Oh, after I broke mine, I was up about doing my cleaning and all the other things within like 2 weeks." I'm like, yeah, but you broke a simple bone. You didn't break literally the one at the middle of the ankle that is kind of pivotal to everything, right? Like, you know, here's your break situation. Here's my ankle break situation. Mine has like a gaping gap of weakness in the center. Looks like Puppy Paw did realize and will beyond it in the end, by the way. However, oh no, it's going down in Yelling Timber. What was that? Puppy Paw at the worst possible time with the overchop. That final tree just walling down to the ground and inviting a Pound Town in from Vortex. He's going to raid and look to get out here. You don't want to hang around, and it looks like Puppy Paw is already looking to punish him here, marching forward. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to continue to idle out on the back of this. So the Puppy Paw starts to fall behind a little. We do have walls being annoying on the farm. Vortex does need to realize that quickly. And Puppy Paw, oh man, this is like classic Canadian bros in defensive mode. They do this a lot with Roos and English in particular. What I don't like about Poppy Paul's approach here is you're against a very aggressive player that thrives when he gets to make you thrive and you know, wriggle in pain and uncomfort, right? So like the way that Poppy Paul is playing right now is just essentially playing into Vortex's hand. It's making it easier for him. Now, you say he's losing villages, I say he's fertilizing farms. Vortex doesn't even know because there's no ping anymore. Oh, I mean, he's killing enough villages that he can lose a few. Poppy Paul is starting to march out now, though. And Vortex, I mean, he lost a lot going Horseman like this, right? His crossbow count really isn't that scary. It's kind of crazy that Poppy Paul has the crossbow lead now. I mean, passive gold gen definitely helping, right? 194 gold here, 27, 25. Then another over here, 28. Down here, he's got 32, right? So we're talking like over 300 passive gold compared to, what, 400 from getting the relics. Which he never improved, remember, because he never got pagodas. He said 195 earlier? That's true. But you didn't calculate for the point in the game, so shame on you. You have to know exactly what bounty tier is. You have to, like, this is the thing. We don't have it in the UI, so we have to do is lick your finger and then wait for a gust of wind. Shove coming in here. Vortex in desperation mode is trying to switch Nesta Bees. Might work. First one does come out. The flurry's hitting the crossbows. That's a good start. And the backstab comes in with the Horseman. That's going to force a pullback. Crossbows now stabbing at this. Nesta Bees damage is still adding up. Mango Smush is even harder, though. Another Nesta Bees out. Spearmen are going towards them, but it's only a trickle so far. The villagers got pulled to the front side as well. The horsemen are still waiting in the forest, unnoticed here. There's an opening, and he's going to take it. He wants that mango kill. He needs it. Goes in for the stab. We'll be able to get it. And we'll be able to shuffle out the other side. Yes, Spearman didn't block him here. A castle drop is on the way from Poppy Paw, though. And this is getting intense. Another mango now arriving. The Nesta Bee shots are there. And the villagers in panic mode. Horsemen catch them. Vortex, what a micro play. Waiting in the flanks there. 5 villagers left building up. Make it 4. Vortex needs to deny this. Nesta Bees keep shoving in. A lot of attrition from this push for Poppy Paw. The build speed is not fast, and the hit comes in. Only 1 villager still alive. And the eco has evened up. Despite Wolfie's best efforts, it wasn't enough. Vortex now behind by only 4 raw eco. Military has been completely exhausted, though. Final Nesta Bees goes down. Only a handful of crossbows left here. Poppy Paw may have lost a lot of economy, but he's gained a lot of ground here. Problem might be in the food, though. Remassing is going to be a little bit difficult. He doesn't have that long-term food supply. Only 15 farms. Meanwhile, Vortex looking a lot more healthy, up at 31 with double granary. The Spearmen are starting to reach those economy units. Nesta Bees not going to come out in time here. Uncomfortably close. Poppy Paw in the end, pulling another 12 villages to get it done. And double Wooden Fortress now coming in towards the second TC farm location. He's trying to kill up the Nesta Bees. Has got another backup siege workshop here. He needs these mangoes gone. Might be able to get it. Actually, the Nesta Bees comes out in the middle of the mixer. Goes straight up for the Spearman. Horseman need that finishing touch, but ignores this one here. Is it going to get away? Final stab comes in. Both mangoes down. This is ridiculous. How is this game still in some ways close? I mean, Poppy Paw, he does have the clear mass lead, but Nesta Bees, if a few of these get out, it can be the difference maker. But I think Poppy Paw may have reached the break point, and there it is. He cracks it open. Vortex now trailing by 2. An absurdly close end game stage there. Vortex just almost had it, right? You almost had that resounding defense, but the overextension came in. When he went past those siege workshops, the trades just weren't favorable anymore. I think Vortex, that dive into the tree line kind of killed him. He left way too many horsemen and proved why getting horsemen scaled in castle can be so difficult. And Poppy Paw reminding us why crossbows are still the god tier unit to aim for in the castle age. And his ruse looks impenetrable on this map. What do you guys think? Are we heading for a 3-0? Is there a recovery arc? Can Vortex get on the board? Let's find out. Damn. Yo, chill, puppy paw. Has he got like somewhere to be? I like long days for my tournaments. It's better viewership that way. What are you doing to me? So, that is going to be a Roosh versus Juji. And then we'll give the win to the left. So 1 game away. He can taste it. Let's get ready for the next one. Yo, what's up, Spirina? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. And look at that, legend. CS the Lord coming in the sub as well. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Swarm. Love to see fresh new faces. I want to see all these fresh new subbers for the first time. Get them in there. Become part of the fam. Game number 3 is going to be Transhumans, Ayyubids versus Japanese. I think Japanese can be okay here, actually. This isn't too bad of a matchup for them. Especially on this map. But both of them struggle the same issue of, like, there's not much in the way of relic value, right? Looks like we're ready to hop into game, though. And let me flip that score. Well, who could have predicted this scoreline? Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 6, folks. Semi-finals number 2. And Puppy Paw is looking to wash this dirty fox. Vortex, back up against the wall. He's 2-0 down. Japanese is where he will make his potential last stand here. Transhumans the map. Puppy Paw does have the Ayyubids. What do you think, guys? Who do you lean favorably towards here? This is the new Transhumans, by the way. The tree lines are a lot smaller than they used to be. Especially that back tree line. I don't think that impacts these civs too much, right? Both of these civs are very fast castle oriented. Puppy Paw is probably going to be a little bit abusive with the Desert Raiders, though. They're very scary for this. The Dervish wing play the Canadians have been innovating is just absolutely busted looking. Vortex knows this as well because we actually saw him use it on this map against other opponents. So, Vortex has gone for the fishing. Farmhouses as well. Alright, I'm curious. Do you guys think that you should be able to drop food off at farmhouses and mills? Because you can do that with the fishing boats. Do you think that's intended? Because you have to manually click it, right? I don't think it's intended behavior, but I actually don't mind it being there. I feel like it's an okay thing to have. I still feel like I want to draw the line at Imperial officials, but I think in general, like, every civ being able to do it is okay. I am waiting for the time. Like, don't you guys think it would be epic when we get the time when it finally happens, when someone does it on a deep water fish map? Because it is possible there as well. It's just you have to micro it so regularly. I think the weird part as well is, like, it usually isn't too bad for it, even though they can supervise, but, like, China is because Imperial Academy is too good. How you guys predicting? Lay the numbers on me. Whoa, we're neck and neck. All right, this is cool. This is what I want to see, man. Japanese versus Ayyubids is kind of polarizing. You know, I think historically people kind of lean Ayyubids, but I wouldn't write Japanese off at all. We've seen, especially some really cool builds around Onimusha in the old school like matchup that works really well. Japanese one of the funnest civs. I agree, man. I actually think Japanese is like, if I start playing, like, because we're going to be building a new PC next week, right? And I might try to, like, carve out a day where we play games as well. I think Japanese is the civ that I'll look to do a, like, road to conk thing with if we do it. Which is kind of challenging in some ways. Like, I still believe if you execute Japanese well, you can easily get conk with the fast castle build. But you'll struggle beyond them because it's too predictable. And it's actually, you know, not, like, Japan's not that good of a civ, really. But design-wise, there's a lot of things I actually love about this civ. I think they're very unique and quirky. And what's that? Thank you, Yakimo. There's a Christmas sale for Protein Works? People should take advantage of that. Get your hands on some goodies. I highly recommend the vitamins. It's actually important to have a few healthy things in the cupboard across Christmas, not just all the chocolate. And funnily enough, they actually have these bars, these protein bars that seem like they're chocolate bars, but they're more healthy than just opening a Mars. Very hard to play without crossbows. I agree. I think once crossbows get nerfed, because they've got to get nerfed at this stage, right? If crossbows get nerfed, I think Japan's win rate will improve. Japanese are a one-trick pony? That's a lie. They're many-trick pony. Because they get it because they build all the mounted samurai. And they have this as well. They've got ninjas. I've said before, I actually wouldn't mind seeing Japanese have the ability to build ninjas out of castles. I think that's reasonable, right? Because you have to be Imperial to build them anyway. At that stage, like zerging these shinobi out of 5 castles isn't absurd. But people... What? Nani? That is different. Is that even allowed for the Canadians at this stage? I mean, they have religiously, literally and figuratively, been going for logistics wing in feudal every time. So Desert Raid is a very big difference here. I guess it's because he's trying to compete on the fast castle timing, right? So if you go for the Dervish, you then have to add in stables, and then you have to add in a Raider. That's really expensive. That's over 300 resources. You'll lose the castle race. So instead he goes to the Desert Raider. I don't rate the Desert Raider that highly into the Shinobi, though. I think Shinobi can actually clap cheeks there because of the Shunshin. Especially with the fact that Vortex is building 3 of the ninjas. I like this as well. I mean, Vortex is still going to go for the outpost. The reason is he wants to attack, right? So you build the Shinobi to actually go and hit your opponent instead of waiting at home. And you can force your opponent to potentially build an outpost as well. Japan should rather get something for feudal than more Shinobi and Imp. I think their weakness in feudal is actually their economy. Everything else seems quite solid. The ideas of everything else is good. Their economy is what just kind of sucks. I think one thing that could actually work to make Japan a lot more relevant is actually just give them the Ottoman effect of making all their military buildings 100 wood. That makes Yumi a lot more viable. That makes Horseman spam a lot more viable. And you don't have to drastically change your economy, right? Because their economy did get buffed recently with the berry changes. Alright, what do you think Popular is going to do, guys? I think this is industry. Actually, no, you have to go advancement, right? Yeah, if you don't go advancement, you're going to lose the relic race. But if you go industry, you get a TC, right? So, like, you actually build for the later game. They have glass cannons as well. I think we just need Neptune to come back to AoE 4. Do you guys remember Neptune, the guy who made feudal Japanese look broken with Horseman Onabagisha? That guy was wild. I remember he's beating people like Louis on the ladder with it. Everyone just seemed to be caught off guard. And by the way, that's like very important. You need to have versatility in civs, because if you only have one strategy, then people can start countering you from minute 0. So even if your strategy is OP, you can already be blocked. Okay, so it's actually just going to be old school growth wing here. Puppy Paw apparently decided he misses 2023, so he dusted off the Memories album, and we're taking a trip down old school lane. Give them Mountain Samurai and Feudal, because I don't want us to lean more into Mountain Samurai. Like, do people really want Mountain Samurai to be enabled more in different phases of the game? I feel like that's their best unit. I'd rather just see this Civ have other units that are relevant. Like, for example, would it be broken to give them the Spimmin tech and age earlier? Maybe. Bannerman? Maybe the Bannerman did change. I think that it would benefit them to have a Bannerman by default, because one of the big problems of trying to play Feudal Age is you just don't have the ability to have 2 unit types. You can't buff your whole army, right? Which means most people will just go Uma for the Horseman, and then eventually like upgrade Mount Samurai and then build Onimusha, because then they can buff the whole army. A cheeky attempt here. Gee, I wonder if Puppy Paw will see the red against the blue and brown background. Sabotage comes out. A lot of damage has been done to this dock, actually. He's baiting him to have to pull a villager at this rate. Outpost was forced, so Puppy Paw has that defense there. Shunshin in. Nice stabs. Almost gets the kill. You see what I mean about how lethal they are. You only have 4.5 tower range, but if you don't react straight away, they walk here and then jump. So good pressure from Vortex. The importance of getting rid of this dock is it stops your opponent from defending the passes with, like, you know, archer ships, real ships, stuff like that. Another Sabo coming in. Remember what we said as well. It's going to force him to have to pull a villager soon. But it is double Desert Raider. You haven't got a kill yet, so you are going to have to back away. He's going to end up losing Shinobi. First Mount Samurai is on the way, though. And Stab comes in, gets the scout. And wow, Puppy Paw, what? That is not a fight you win. That is a fight you never win. Wow. I'm surprised he went back in on that. Final Torch damage can come in. Sabotage is coming off cooldown, so he can finish off that dock. At which point, Puppy Paw's going to have to pull to repair. It's not, you know, expensive, right, to build a new one. Weirdly enough, Vortex, instead of just sabotaging and moving on with his life, he wasted a lot more time here. Does scout the Lancer play, though. This is to be expected. We do have the first Mount Samurai coming out. Now, this is a very confusing matchup because you think Camels just counter Cavalry, but it's not that simple. The Camel Lancer's charge, which is their best part, doesn't even matter here because of deflective armor. And then on top of that, yeah, look at the damage differential. Sure, we're talking about -5 here, so I'm hitting for 19, but this guy's hitting for 22, and I have 20 more health. And in the initial charge, I done damage he didn't, right? Which is why Mounted Samurai can win against Lancers. Add in the Uma Bannerman later, add in the extra melee tech, and you start to understand actually why Camel Lancers into Mounted Samurai isn't like a death sentence for Japanese. And the follow-up's beautiful, right? Because at this stage, your opponent's going to be deep into Camels. You can look for a switch into Onimusha. Why didn't Vortex go docks as well? He did, up here. But remember, he only needs one dock, and then you just build farmhouses. He has kind of griefed himself in. Why are your ads in French and Dutch? Oh my god. Because you should be playing French in AoE 4, and Dutch is clearly coming in 2025. We've confirmed it. Nice micro there by Vortex. Just outnumbering him on these fights as well. Like, you know, when you look at the raw mass of it, if Puppy Paw just had his boys together, he should win. Not really how AoE 4 usually works, though. It's a better version of Canal. I agree. I like a lot about this. I actually kind of want to have a new map made that is 2 canals. So kind of be maybe a little bit smaller on the room we've got here, but then you'd have the canal effect of that map, but it'd be square on the map. So a little bit like Kalauga meets Canal. I think that'd be really cool. One little blockage there. One relic is already home for Vortex, though. Mount Samurai are going to commit in. Needs to be careful with the injured. Doesn't even try to pull him back. Actually, Micro is the one that's more difficult to get out of there. And that ended up being, what, a Scout and a Samurai for 2 Lancers. Difficulty now is going to be the charge afterwards. Remember, this Camel Lancer's got up to maximum movement speed, and the longer you move away, the worse it can get. So, really important you need to time it right so that deflective armor comes back. And then once again, you just take no damage. Vortex. Wow. I don't think he's outright outplaying, but he's making it look scary. The problem behind this, though, is Puppy Paw has so many Lancers already. He's up to 12. And Vortex, he's actually going spears. Are we about to see the consistent and annoying weakness of the Japanese? Because this is the thing, like, you can't... If you could, you'd build crossbows, right? You could actually build Onimusha and have raided instead, but it's just the moment it turns into a direct fight, Onimusha are going to lose against crossbows. That's the sadness you taste when you try to play Japanese. So instead, Vortex is going 2TC. Puppy Paw is actually going for an all-in timing. Yeah, no stone gathering whatsoever. He's just going to look to aggro. So he moves out for the gold. Should be looking to move out for the food sources. What do you think, guys? Do you like Puppy Paw's move more or Vortex's? I think Puppy Paw's move is very difficult on transhumans. It's much easier to go for the 2TC after you strip map control because then you have longevity, right? Puppy Paw still does have 2 relics to play for as well, and he has got the dervishes coming. The weakness of what Vortex is doing is he's running out of wood fast, right? First tree line's already gone, so he's going to have to come out soon. But the issue with Puppy Paw's play is, like, you know, if he tries to keep committing to Camel Lancers, he's going to want to fight into the base. And doing that is so hard when potentially a demo ship could come out, right? So I think what you're going to see Puppy Paw do instead is just build crossbow mass, maybe go for a second TC, set it up on the central island, and then let Vortex starve himself out. Japan can't make crossbows. That is technically not true in slander. You can make crossbows by making a wall on someone else's crossbows. Yeah, I mean, Onimusha are technically crossbows, but they're pretty underwhelming. I would always, if I had the choice, choose mass crossbows over mass Onimusha. Onimusha are like a pseudo raiding cavalry. Like, Onimusha usually feel good at the start of Castle, and sucky the longer it goes on. I think the one exception is in team games, where they feel really good because you don't lose any of them, so you get to Imperial quicker than every other Civ. Well, Vortex is much for the Spears. I mean, Spears has been the classic answer to things like crossbows, right? But the base damage is just so good that unless you can blob a crazy amount of Spears, it doesn't work. Onimusha weakened by camels? They are indeed. So you have to be very careful with the unease. Mount Samurai diving in. Nice fight here, but oh no! And the demo! You gotta be kidding me. He at least dodges that bullet, but that was painful. Lance is out of nowhere. That is nightmare fuel. That many camel lances from behind for the sandwich. It's actually crazy just how many camels Puppy Paw's on right now. Shows you the power of Growth Wing as well, right? 7 extra villages. Golden Age as well. That's another 10% gathering rate, right? So, you know, you'll have Golden Age 1 by then, so you're not getting 7 more villages. You're actually getting 7.7. And what we're getting is maybe a pointless series for Vortex here in count. He hasn't got a point on the board, and it's not looking like he's going to get one here. Mount Samurai get wiped. Vortex, he has snuck out for the berries for the time being, but he's going to run out of wood very fast here. Gold as well. He's down to just 200 left. Puppy Paw is just playing so elegantly in these series. Puppy Paw versus Vortex is a good matchup because Vortex makes Puppy Paw move faster. And that's the thing. Like, if this was Wham versus Vortex, I think it might be a bit more tricky. Not because Wham's a bad player, but because his playstyle favors Vortex a bit more. Vortex likes players that don't react aggressively, right? Vortex wants to be aggro and force you to defend. And, like, if you compare the two twins, right, like, Puppy Paw has always been a little bit more aggressive. They both do lean for that mid-late game, right? But we've seen Puppy Paw, he just has some astounding timings. Like, you know, this guy is probably the scariest person for the Barbican drop strategies with the delayed Barbicans with Chinese. So, you know, in terms of playstyles, this does feel a little bit rougher of the two options. And Wham, the reason I compare it to Wham is Wham and Puppy Paw are really the metric to beat in Midweek Muster. We, of course, have now got Anatan rising up to try and argue that. So Vortex is now on even villagers, or even workers, at least. We have got a few stone gatherers, so he's going to be looking to set up the better farms. He did also Urashira drop in the TC. So he has to be very careful the way he uses the raining wood, but he also needs to find extra wood. This is the thing about the changed transhumans. You can't stay on that starting island very long. Vortex switching into Ayyubids. This is very surprising. In fairness, though, Camel Lancers have fallen in count, right? So he's just going for the me hit a click ug build, Spears and Ayyubids, which is funny because basically veteran archers count as both of those units. It's a little bit trickier than that though. Like if there's a Bigisha count of say 30, 40, 50, they actually can beat archers because they gap close, right? And they keep on top of you because they're faster. Puppy Paw. I'm a bit surprised he hasn't gone 2TC. Oh, this is creepy. Oh, creepy? Rather creeping out. This is cheeky and creeping out. We have Vortex playing for the berries in the northern corner. This is cool because a lot of players actually don't check these corners aggressively. Funnily enough, Puppy Paw is because he went down there to gather himself. If he doesn't read this play, Vortex is going to have the food he needs for this. With the gold as well, I mean, we really could be seeing a turnaround here from Vortex. Let's see though, Clash comes in. Does strip a few villages, so gets 3 worker kills. Gets away. And the Bigisha play has been revealed now. We also have Sultan's Mamluks on the way. This is really worrisome for Vortex, because now the units that counter you, that are going to kill you fast, are going to unlock that buff very quickly in the fights. Other awkward thing, I actually think for Japan on this map and why they're overrated past, say, 15 minutes. If you can't clearly get a definitive advantage in those first 15, the problem you run into is, like, every Civ in the game wants to try and keep drop the center of this map, right? Keep drop for the resources, keep drop for the sacred sites. You can keep dropping Castle Age as Japanese. You just have to pay the low price of 750 resources for a town center, and then the low price of 225 for your daimyo level, then 600 for the second level, and then 1200 stone for the final level. So, you know, not much, not very expensive, really. I'm sorry, is my sarcasm indicator working? Oh, Clash coming in. We do at least have the banner aura. These guys do hit pretty hard if they can reach. The problem that's happening is this micro is perfect from Puppy Paw, right? He's pulling away. The Bugisha are, as a result, moving forward to the Spearmen. And if the Bugisha are gone, the archers don't really feel threatened anymore. The Golden Glow is pivoting the other way. Lance, in the meantime, are diving around the backside of this. Vortex at this stage just has to keep chasing. I don't think he's going to be able to kill enough here, though. Lancers, in the meantime, have blocked the gold. Vortex not able to guard that area. And his dive-in has failed him. Retreat away will barely succeed, i.e. barely anyone gets out. In fact, everything's going to get mopped up, and that looks like that could easily be game. Vortex now making the desperation play into Siege. Siege can work on the defensive. We've seen how it can. But it requires areas you can actually control, maneuver around. Not an open battlefield. Damn, we keep seeing Japanese players resort to this as well. Mass outpost spam to try and hold on. The Spearman placements can help quite a bit. The problem right now is there's so many Lancers. If it was just archers and crossbows, these Spearman placements are fantastic. They can't be killed by the ranged units, and they also two-shot things like crossbows. But by comparison, you know, this 40 damage against the Lancer, it's going to take you, what, 6, 7 shots to kill. Now Puppy Paw coming in for the definitive move. Both golds in this area. He's going to starve him out. A Mango is trying to come out here. Vortex having to bide his time with mass melee. Man, this is just brutal. Japanese, when they find themselves in this position, it really feels impossible. Why can't we just have... Okay, we need more ranged units for Japanese. When are we going to allow Shinobi to throw throwing stars? Can we get that, please? Because mass melee might work in our games, but it really doesn't work in Castle Age at pro level. It's so expensive. And that's it, folks. Our reigning champion meets the previous champion, the one that stood on the sideline for week number 5. And now Vortex is realizing that actually that win he had may have simply been because Puppy Paw wasn't there. He's back. He's on form. He makes a 3-0 to lock him in for a grand final showdown, a best of 7 up against Anatan. Stay tuned. You do not want to miss that, because this is his opportunity to avenge Wham and to reclaim his title as the current midweek muster champion. Will it be the Belarusian or will it be the Canadian? I'll see you in the next chapter to find out. Oh, damn. When is the final? Final should be getting prepped now. It's literally today. Welcome to Grand Finals Thursday. So Puppy Paw's taking a 5-minute break, which is totally reasonable. We're going to give him a minute or two to get ready, and then we'll get the draft set up and rearing and ready to go. So I'll pay out your predictions as well. Reward you appropriately. So it's going to be a Puppy Paw win. Let me just double check. Want to make sure, so I'm going to restart my game. It's being a little bit framey. Damn, though, I wasn't expecting a 3-0 there. I thought Vortex might get 1, possibly 2 games. Kind of crazy how far ahead Puppy Paw is looking at the moment. I mean, guys, astounding. So, keep an eye on the bracket drafts. I think probably Anatan is making them for them now. I think this series is going to be a lot closer, though, guys. I mean, honestly, the way Anatan played against Beastie was just surgical. It didn't even look close. And I think like Beastie and Vortex, if you put them two in a series with each other at the moment, you probably have a very tight set, right? Vortex is like playing catch up after taking a break. Beastie hasn't really had time to commit into 1v1s. He doesn't really play as many scrims. Anatan has obviously been practicing with Marine Lord a lot as well. So could be in for a very tight set here. No Fox showdown though. A little bit gut with that. We need a disruptor in the top 4. See, this is the thing I've said before, is like, I mean, don't get me wrong, you can get teams that are dominant in team games as well, right? But I think in 1v1s, you more often get the guy takes over the scene for a very long time arc. Does that make sense? Because unless the meta drastically pivots, it's very hard to get ahead of them. Whereas, like, the dynamics of a team, anything can change, right? Like, you've got 5 people, for example, whose lives day to day could be drastically different, and that could impact everything. So yeah, a very kind of different flavor in that regard. 1 second. Wayne AoE2 as well was Viper, now Hera. Exactly, right? And there's been like now areas and all these kind of things. Like Puppy Paw is really, really looking scary for 2025 though, man. I mean, do we point out that Marine Lord has clearly been, has he maybe been dodging Puppy Paw in these midweek months? No. I think that's going to be fun. Is obviously this weekend is the final weekend of the team tournament. So afterwards, Marine Lord's probably going to be playing midweek musters, right? It's good practice. It's really helpful. It really lets you hone in on things. Is Jim here? I don't think we have Marine Lord signed up for next week, right? Which is a little bit of a shame, actually. I think it would have been great from the slot 1 in, but understandably, the champ is probably looking to take a break over Christmas. I think some players are. We have a few players that are going to be sitting out midweek muster number 7, to my understanding, because they need to focus on the team tournament happening on the weekend. Which I was a bit surprised by, because my logic is like, well, you could play your round of 32 on Friday, and then if you make it, just play your round of 16 and beyond on Monday, right? So it's a little bit, like, clumped together, but it's quite doable. But, yeah. In reminder of what the bracket's looking right now, what I'll do is I'll actually set up the score on that. So for those who's just tuned in, the semi-finals is complete. It is a 3-0 win for Puppy Paw. Man, he just blitzkrieged his way through that. Sure is afraid of losing his ATR rank. I mean, so I'm going to say something controversial about the ATR rank. Because at first I like the idea of this new one so that you don't get punished for not playing every single week of like an X, like, you know, small tier tournament. Like, because we had the Divine DFP issue, right? Where he'd farm all the small tournaments and it allowed him to get a lot of elo. I almost want a mid-ground between what we have now and the old system where if you skip out on a lot of events that have quite a few prominent names in, if you skip out on too many, there's decay, sort of thing. That is, like, you can argue that's self-serving, but I like the idea of having midweek muster as the baseline for how the tournament schedule functions, right? It's great. It could be there every single week. It's not too heavy on time consumption, and it's a good way of, like, you know, getting new players experience and letting the existing, like, pros defend themselves. So maybe like I don't know. I imagine like a system where if you skip on too many tournaments, you get slight decay anyway. Is really cool. And the reason I say so many tournaments is because I've said before, I don't want players to feel pressure to play every single week of midweek muster, because that's not healthy, right? If you don't feel up to play, it's not healthy. But like, you know, playing one every 3 weeks or something. And if you don't, there's a like slight decay. I think that could be intriguing. Because, like, we literally have players going, oh, it's not worth the risk of my seeding for me to play in these. I'm like, I think what I'm going to try to do is, like, bare minimum, talk to some of the other TOs about partially using midweek muster to qualify players through. Which makes sense, actually. You could qualify some players based on the ATR directly to events, but then you could have, like, a few slots that qualified based off of midweek muster average performances, for example. And I can help them, and the team behind the scenes can help them formulate like a calculation that makes sense for that. Because I think it's healthy for the scene. What is ATR? So ATR is like the tournament elo. It's what is used on tournament sides to give people seeding and decide who should be, for example, automatically invited into a tournament and who would have to play through qualifiers. So we used to have ATR. It's now become tournament elo. It's just we usually say ATR still because if we say elo, people think of like ladder elo a lot of the time. And yes, it is average. I believe it is average tournament rating. So like 2 players now. Yes, no, Gully. Like there is an argument from others where they've said that they would be a little bit worried about it, right? So like there is definitely, you know, so I don't know if Lucifron's coming back, but if he is, he's not playing these, right? Then like Beastie has come back. We'll see if he keeps playing them. Marine Lord isn't playing them at the moment. It's a little bit hard to gauge the top level players in some ways, if you know what I mean, because we had a shuffle, right? We had people like Mr. Recon leave, but then you have like, you know, Balsoon, for example, isn't playing at the moment. No pressure on him. Like, love that guy. Yeah, he won't mind me saying he was actually praising that he loves this tournament format and he'll look to play when he feels ready. But, you know, my worry is that if you have the tournament elo system being too punishing to participation, then people don't do it, right? They won't participate because they'll lose more than they'll gain is their logic. I want an inviting process, but like you can't have this not have an impact on tournaments. People should be rewarded for doing well off of these to get the most accurate representation of who is good and who is not. This game's so good, I don't understand why more people aren't playing it. RTSs are hard, man. RTSs are a very, very hard genre to get people into. And what is up, Atraxi? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. Gully being a cheapskate. Just win a freaking midweek muster. Thank you, mate. But yeah, I get why some players are hesitant with the system. But yeah, to move on to like this game's so good, like RTSs are hard to get people into. The problem is that RTSs don't focus on the team element, and team play is actually the easiest way to get in. This is also why I've like asked the devs create like a turbo mode, right, where there's a speed modifier where it plays like 1.5 times faster, because the other limitation, really big limitation actually, is time. Like why are mobile games so big globally? Like, you guys know how many people play mobile games around the world, right? Like, it's crazy compared to console, compared to PC. Because, like, you pull out your phone and for 10 minutes you just do it and move on. Why has Call of Duty remained so big over the years and that type of genre? 10, 15 minutes done, right? Apex done so well, Battle Royale, because I believe the game's maximum length was something like 26 minutes possible. When you get into, like, an RTS, the game could be 2 hours long, right? Even MOBAs have tried to fix this. League of Legends has implemented mechanics to speed up the outcome of the game. Dota 2 has also added in a lot of escalation mechanics, right? Where you have like easy, like extra ways of getting items, etc., to get you towards like the late game and the finish faster. Oh, by the way, reminder, draft is now going to begin, so I'm going to switch over to that view for you guys. Reminder that we do have all maps being played, so I'm going to update that in the settings now. And I totally, but off by heart, can remember my own map pool, right? Haha, nah. I'm going to play it safe, because, like, I kept saying, like, Himiyama instead of Borderland in the early days of the week, right? Because that was our last one. So we got Archipelago. Archipelago will get played here. Oh, yes. Himiyama. And then we've got Kalauga. Pigeon's View. And finally, Transhumans. Okay, so we'll switch over their draft. We will have Babur versus Anatand. There we go. Oh, anything I missed on YouTube? Hi, YouTubers. Best of 5? No, now we're into best of 7. So they will use the best of 5 draft, but the way this works is that if we go beyond 4 games, they will draft this again, but they'll change to the best of 3 draft then. The onboarding isn't great either. Single player tutorial. Yeah, this is something I've talked about a lot with AoE 4, is that it's very sad from a single player perspective. Songs Ascent is a big improvement, and it's why I keep saying this new expansion needs to have like free campaigns. I think that's actually really, really important to succeed. It needs to have free campaigns. And maybe even just add in some... Like, I love to see them every 2 or 3 months release a few missions, you know? That would be really cool. You could even make them very minute purchases of like £1 or £2. And people will probably buy them for a few missions, right? That's a really cool way of making more money for the ecosystem to justify more dev cost as well. It's like low lift. You just like... It's like a scenario builder type thing, right? TikTok brain is also another big issue affecting it. Kids just don't have the attention span, and RTS doesn't have enough flashing colors. I mean, to that point, actually, Myriad, my whole idea of like a turbo mode where the simulation plays out at 1.5 times speed or 2 times speed fixes that as well. Because that alleviates the TikTok brain issue. Like, not enough is happening fast enough, right? Told me to try out Dawn of War RTS. Is it any good? I recommend Dawn of War 1 wholeheartedly. I'm not that crazy about 2, but 2 is really cool for its survival mode. 3... I haven't checked on it since, but there's a pile of crap that basically they drop support for. Dawn of War 1 and all of the expansions, though, are incredible. Like, some of the best RTSs ever created. Like Stronghold does? Wait, what does Stronghold do? Why not create a best of 7 draft? It would make players play some civs that they don't usually. Because, Imjeticula, the whole point in these type of draft formats is like, we have 4 bands coming in. You have 6 picks each, right? So 12 civs are getting picked. And then, like, at that point, you can almost have the whole roster band to pick. So we do it to allow strategic bans. And the whole idea is I hate drafting formats where, like, let's say it's a best of 7, you draft 7 civs. Because that means by, like, game 5, at the highest level, everything can already be decided because you could have been outdrafted. And you can say that outdrafting is a skill, but from a player out perspective and from a broadcast perspective, that's pretty crap. It's terrible, right? Like, the comeback, like, you can say the comeback be more glorious, but the comeback is just, yes, unexpected, but very, very unlikely. More unlikely than, like, if you had the redraft. So I'm actually a really big fan of like, mid-series redrafts with longer series. Puppy just knows more civs in a deeper way than Anatan. I mean, that's kind of defeatist always cursing, right? Anno can take best of 3s, but when it comes to best of 7s against someone like Puppy... Like, you don't think he could potentially roll him in 4, though? To counter your point another way? Because he rolled... Like, think about what he did to Beastie in a best of 5. So it's one more game. So you have to argue, does Anno have enough? Chinese is pretty good with. His Roost is very good. Malians can work. We actually saw him beat Beastie with the Malians. And Ayu is on lock. A little bit surprised by this, though, right? Delhi for Puppy Paw, he snatches it away. I think that's actually a really big one to take out of Anatan's like arsenal. Because he's very scary, that Civ. It's probably his best performing Civ right now. Curious enough to watch. I'd hope so. I mean, this is the thing I always highlight, right? It's like, you know, even if we look at the draft here and we go, well, this guy's got a favorable draft, he still has to execute. I do think Puppy Paw has a favorable draft, by the way. English Delhi, Mongols, and he does that classic thing they love to do, right? Which is rounding out with French. After banning it away from Anatan, hilariously. What was that? Let me just update title here, because we're now Grand Finals. We always use the same 8 to 10 civs. Possibly. You have to keep in mind that with the map pool, there's diversity there, right? That doesn't guarantee you're always going to see the same civs. Stronghold does small DLC campaigns. Ah, okay, got you. I haven't really played the newest Stronghold. I need to. I heard it was okay. But kids don't have the attention span for this sort of game. I don't know if that's entirely true. Like, anyone who's actually bothered to play a game like Apex Legends at the highest level knows that it takes actually a surprising amount of attention span. There is so many strategic layers to those type of games that people who are not playing it at that level do not even appreciate. Similar with RTSs, actually, if you think about it. First time Anatan beat Beastie in a series in a formal tournament? I think it might be. I'd have to double check the statistics. If someone wants to actually open that up, they can confirm it. But I'm trying to remember if he has. It's not frequent if he has. I think he's always lost to him, though. But by the way, this is why one thing we're looking to do going into 2025 is we're actually going to be changing the draft format from what we're using. I actually think that the current draft format we're using is the best draft format that exists in AoE4 that we have. But we will be exploring new draft formats. So the goal is every, say, 6 to 8 weeks to look at reassessing a draft and changing the way we format it. We'll likely keep the home map situation. I really do like the home map situation. I highly rate it. What we might change is the home map might not be required after the round of 16, I think is someone I want to push for. But that has other implications, so we really have to figure it out in a way that makes sense for the Civ draft as well, right? Because if you change the map draft like that so that someone's picking an extra map, then you actually have to alter your Civ draft as well. And the problem with that is then you're not just changing the amount of Civs, you're changing the format of the Civ drafting, which is very confusing. But yes, we will in 2025 be looking at a different draft format. Dare I say maybe rare possibilities of mirror Civs? Could be on the table. Okay, so you beat him in a Rising Empires. Gotcha. First Warlord... I'm trying to remember the exact nature of the first Warlord Civ draft. Wasn't it that there's 2 picks of a Civ? So, in terms of, like, the mirrors, I didn't mind conceptually the idea of what Red Bull Warlord El Reynado had, which was that you could get mirrors based on the fact that you could both pick the same Civ at the beginning of the draft, but that was it, right? I think that was kind of intriguing. It's very rare, very, very rare you'd be able to get a mirror Civ, let alone see it. Because they could still use, like, they could both pick Byzantines and use it at a different point, right? Cool music and cool draft, the biggest thing the draft needs. Yeah, I mean, like, I would say, and this is kind of true for most games, the drafting phase is one of the most boring phases of esports broadcasts. It's very difficult to fix that. Like, Dota 2 has this as well, League has it. Like, they're all quite boring for drafting phases. There's a reason why games that can do it off-screen and just talk about it and then hop into game, right? Like Call of Duty League. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads, guys, right now. Subscribe if you want to keep talking, because in 3 minutes we'll be in game. You rarely see mirrors. In fairness, like, a mirror once in a while isn't too bad, but I've talked about this recently. Like watching Zhuji versus Chinese, for example, it's a pseudo mirror and it is a little bit boring. Not always, but sometimes it can be quite boring. Right? Because the problem is you're not seeing... There are differences, but, like, your eyes aren't... They aren't processing drastic differences, right? You're watching the same looking buildings. And usually the same units for the early game. Have the civs on a dartboard? I don't know about that. I do want to find a way of... If I do an in, like, person event, I will look to explore, like, a chess RTS... like fusion, because now we have a pause function for like a show match at least or something. That would be incredible. I think that kind of stuff is under leveraged and there's ways you can do it that are really cool. Like imagine if you had, like, you know, like smash what? Smash CSGO or something, right? Come from LoL and they have nice music. Well, on their broadcasts? I mean, they probably pay for it as well on the official broadcasts. I do need to expand my playlist. I think we have some good songs here, but I need to get more in there. The challenge is finding songs that are not going to get me demonetized on YouTube and also not get me muted on Twitch. That's the challenge, right? I can usually guarantee one of those fine. Guaranteeing 2 is very difficult. All right, 1 second. Let me get ready. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start predictions now. For game 1. I'll tell you the civs in a sec, so bear with me. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of actually having, like, it'd be kind of like, the only problem is, like, some cool drafts they would slow the drafting process. So, like, having it where, for example, you pick like this, but then you went to a map and you proposed 2 civs and had to snipe one each is, like, that's quite intriguing, right? That's very Like, there's so much extra hoops to jump through in a series. The flow gets really weird. Who created the new map, Atacama? I'm pretty sure Atacama was a default map, no? Okay, you guys ready? Twitch has too many ads. Sorry, bud. Subscribe. Someone put brackets, subscribe, close brackets, Sam. It helps me continue to be a content creator to go towards being a content creator full time, and saves you from the ads. Grand Finals Thursday has returned. Anatan going up against Poppy Paw. And this is going to be a banger, folks. That's right, because Anatan has had quite the journey this week in Midweek Muster number 6. He 2-1'd Wham. He 3-0'd Beastie. And now he must face off against the true arc boss of this year in Midweek Muster. Poppy Paw. 3 Midweek Musters out of 5 won so far. And he took a break in one of those weeks. That's an incredible feat. Can he make it 4 to round out week number 6? Or is it finally time for Fox's Anatan to thrust a trophy here? Chinese in his hands. This is actually Poppy Paw's signature civ. So quite interesting actually that Anno was snatched that way in the draft. But Anno has looked fierce with his Chinese in the last few months. Really loves the Pro Scouts plays. Likes leaning into that. Zhuganyu massing has looked pretty good. And he has some cheeky fast castle builds. But Poppy Paw, we've seen this before. It's the Dark Age English Men-at-Arms opening, heading straight over to Anno's gold. My only complaint about Twitch ads is they will pre-roll me trying to check it. Yeah, so that's like a problem. So like basically, guys, the reason why your Twitch streamers that you watch run ads is because if we don't run ads, then pre-roll runs. And if pre-roll runs, you never get new people checking out a stream. Right? You might go, well, why does the streamer not value me enough and want this new streamer? Because you kind of need new people on top of that to grow to a point that you make money. And the crazy reality of any business nowadays is if you're not growing, you're stagnating, right? So, like, yeah, Twitch is, like, ads make it a little bit difficult either way. But, man, this Men-at-Arms is making things difficult, just not difficult enough. Anatan had the correct read. He's good on the gold, right? No, wait, no, he's not. Guys, he's short. The Imperial Academy is going to cost you 200, right? And then, with a discount of 30%, the taxman is still going to be 35 gold. So he needs to... There we go. Creeps out. That's cheeky. That's a really long idle walk, but this is a very efficient way of dealing with this. Usually when you try to contest the gold, you end up with like half your villagers on half HP. And then also, it's the added idle time of shuffling villagers in and out, right? So while this looks really inefficient... Compared to pulling new villages back 4 times to gather that gold, this is actually a lot better. I like that from Anno. That's pretty creative. Poppy Paw is about ready to pull the trigger on his tech up. Anno hasn't started the Imperial Academy yet. There we go. It's becoming now. Love the positioning as well. It's going to affect the gold, affect the tree line. Would have been nice to... Does that actually clip the berries? No, I think you'd have to build like 2 mills. But it should just about clip this mill, which is more important. A lot of sheep. Anno. What? He loves this. His double scout opener. He does it again. And look at the difference it makes. 10 sheep for Poppy Paw. And Anatan has 22. A good start for the lad. Council Hall coming in. You wish there was a chess AoE4 tournament? So, like, I don't mind it. The issue is finding a way to implement it. Chess boxing has pretty crafty ways of making sense. For AoE4, it's almost like you'd want to have someone with lobby access that could give buffs to a civ, to a player, that, like, for example, answers things correctly. Like, imagine if you had that type of like, configuration. Those cheat systems and a way for a player to sit there. You could have things like quiz questions asked, and whoever answers gets a buff of some kind. MMA, AoE4. Have you seen the noodle arms on a lot of our gamers? Okay, guys, who, like, if we put all of the top players in a ring in AoE4, who would win? Who would actually win? Who's the most stacked? I mean, Battlesuit has a good physique, but I wouldn't say he's, like, giga stacked, right? I think Crackety could take down quite a few. I think, yeah, I mean, Crackety, he's been trimming down quite well. Shout out to the lad. Probably Dimmu. Is it because his head's like the hardest, so he could just like head smash everyone out? Well, looks like Puppetball's going to try to head smash Anatan out in H2. We have got Council and Rax. Lombos are on the way. This is the atypical approach, right? Meanwhile, Anatan, he's contemplating Pro Scouts, right? Like, that's the stable opening for you. You can't get Barbican fast with this pressure, though. Taxation actually isn't too bad. He's got 100 sitting here, but he hasn't started to pull it back. So Horsemen are going to be stacked up, and Anno's going to look to cut reinforcements in. Anno, he tries to pull the ball. I just don't really know how that was ever meant to work out. We're still talking AoE? No, we're talking like if we put them all, like if we put all the top players in a ring and they had to fight, right? Like fisticuffs, like, you know, MMA, mixed martial arts, any type of form, right? They're not allowed to bring a chainsaw in. They're not allowed to bring a gun in, right? They have to use their body. Who's the most threatening? Because I've seen Killjardy. I think Crackety could take Killjardy. I'm sorry, Killjardy. Let's be totally real. You've seen Crackety as well. Killjardy, do you think you could beat Crackety in a fight? I want you to be honest. I know you're whole confident I can beat anyone, like, easily? Alright, I know what's happening next LAN. It's mandated now. Crackety is slow. Whoa. But if I put you in a MM... Do you know, like... Have you ever seen the size of an MMA ring? They're not that big. Also, Killjardy, I know I could rig the fight easily. All I gotta do is make you guys fight past like 5 PM. You're screwed. Grandpa needs his nap time. I know how you are. So Horseman cutting reinforcements, and now it's Puppy Ball's turn to bring the ball in. Nice micro there, though, actually. It's the scout that got the attention in the end. Another longbow being intercepted. I mean, he is actually slowing this down quite a bit. No one think ML could back up his smack? No. Like, please. Like, I love Marine Lord. He's a great person. He'll give you the smack at the table, but you get him in the ring. That'd be a Colin McGregor experience. So Blacksmith's coming in, and we're going to have a rush towards Undermesh here, right? For the Horsemen plus the Archers. Vortex? I don't know about Vortex. Vortex doesn't seem like a fighter to me, which is weird to say, because he's always a fighter in games. In RL, I kind of imagine him as a more of a lover type dude, you know? Yeah, I think Marine Law would be like, I think my service is a better served on the microphone. We took smack. And he'd just sit there and, like, you know, make fun of all the players. Why is Puppy Paw down 2 villagers? Good question. That's because of the taxmen. So Anatan actually is down villagers. It's 28 villagers to 29. Because remember, he built 2 scouts. But what Anatan done is he built 3 Imperial officials out of the Imperial Academy. So that's why he's ahead. Good spot for Anno, though, so far, because he hasn't lost a single villager. And the sheep's running out soon for Puppy Paw, so he's going to start marching, and you can already see that Anatan is anticipating that by the way he's moving out of his horsemen. You still vote Aussie Drongo? Nah. Love me some Drongo, but if Drongo says he could beat Kraken in a fight, I don't believe him. I think what you're doing there is I feel like you're putting way too much credit on Australians' ability to survive in a country where everything is deadly. Because, like, if you want to take that angle, then you have to go, I mean, dude, like, any American in the fight wins. Because, like, dude, that country's got more guns in it than, like, all of Europe. How's anyone survive there? You go aggro and Cracky would try to turtle, but that doesn't work in a fight. I mean, actually it kind of does if he just gets in range. Like, your issue there is you're being that lightweight fighter against, like, the heavyweight fighter where you're like, I'll dance around. It's like, yeah, that's great, but he only has to hit you once. Yo, what's up, Fat Plop? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. 6 months in advance, you absolute legend. Let's get a sub train going, guys. In appreciation and anticipation of a killer grand finals here. Approaching the 10-minute mark in game number 1. A lot of longbows building up the center for Puppy Paw. Has moved out onto the board. Love this play. Very dangerous, though. Anatan is scaling a lot of archers now. Yeah, he's leveraging the taxation. Remember, Imperial Academy generates so much gold. It's absurd. Look at this. The blacksmith's 128 gold in it right now. Mill down here of 120. 24 in the stables. 186 in the lumber camp. He actually needs to start taxing. I'm a little bit disappointed in this because Anno could then drop a marketplace and sell like crazy. Or buy, rather, food and wood, which would give him the edge. So yeah, a little bit suboptimal there. I'm surprised that Anno hasn't glanced that yet. It should be fairly easy to slot another Imperial official in here. It's actually wild when you do the full accumulation, right? 120 here, 106 here, 24 here, 176 here. We're already at 400 gold, and we still have more buildings. Between these, there's 300. He has 700, 800, 850? About 850 to 900 passive gold that he could be pulling off of taxes right now. And they keep telling me this Civ is balanced. In fact, if Anno just starts taxing, he could rush castle. I'm surprised these people actually can afford a house to live in with how much they pay in taxes, to be honest. Horseman. Nice little poke raid here. Doesn't quite get the kills, though. Doesn't the Puppy Paw's forward tree lining? I think Anno's just going castle. And I'm hoping he's rushing tax as much as possible. Like, at this stage, you could probably cut the supervision on the archery range and just tax, tax, tax. Like, even here, small details like this, just tax this tiny area. It's a grab, walk, right? And then you could just shrink this 160 gold. Instead, though, Anatan's going pro scouts. This is such an Anno-Chad move. He loves pro scouts. We've seen him do it more than most players in these tournaments. Nice little raid with the double scout horseman. We're about to get a pick. Doesn't lose any of the units, so we'll get away. That's the annoying thing. When you play with English shortbows, they're terrible at countering horseman raids, right? Even when you leave units there, you see how easily they get ignored. We do have taxation coming in. Imperial examinations on the way. Remember, that increases the gather and carry from 40 surplus to 70. And what's up, Yowlock? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate the gifted sub. Come on. We can do a sub train. I can sense it. I know you guys have got it in you. We've still got another week of midweek muster left in 2024 as well. And yes, the Imperial examination used to be 80. They nerfed it down to 70. No song. No, he's just going to try to go castle. Which I think is fine. Like, what do you really get out of song compared to castle? Castle's a rush towards relics. You'll get a gradual trickle of extra villages from song. A few worker kills so far as well. This is pretty big, right? Anatan now up to 3 in total. These archers are looming, which is difficult because what you're seeing is Anno's just going to keep pulling him north and south. So he knows he can castle for free. He gets all the relics, he gets the castle with no pressure coming in. And Yowlock, you legend. Look at that, another gifted sub. Mwah. And yes, by keeping Tang, Anno does keep a lot of vision with the scouts, which would normally matter. It doesn't matter as much here because of the way he's using them. Archers are going to have to bug out here, though. Anno, this is sick. He's going to rush castle and then just supervise for veterancy. If Puppy Paw comes too far out, he loses the game because he'll lose in retreat. Clock Tower now on the way. 6 rushing up. Anno, he's going to shuffle around the other side of the tree line. He doesn't know this is coming, but the outpost is going to give him a very early heads up. Here we go. Puppy Paw reveals the longbow mass. Rax is also being prepped. Anno is going to have to pull back off the gold immediately. Clock Tower still being teched up. Archers are on their way home, but Puppy Paw needs to dive now, and he needs to find villager kills. Once he hears that tech up, he can't just wait here anymore. Ram Rush would also just be too slow. Yowlock, look at you go, legend. Another gifted sub. Appreciate you, mate. So tech up comes in. Veterancy gets queued. Supervision there. It's in 20 seconds. Puppy Paw does not have much time here in this opening game. Sniping taxmen won't make a difference either. Not long term. Remember, he can just build those out of the academy. He needs the archer army. That veterancy. He stopped supervising. He pulled back. He's still got 24 seconds to go. He's back on it, though. 6 seconds until it comes in. He's getting outgunned right now. Needs to think about turning for this fight, though. Men-at-Arms are moving in, and the veterancy's there. Lance is on the way. This is Anatan's moment. He needs to stand his ground. Village is about to be reached, and the archers can now dive in. Longbows, expensive to be lost like this. And Puppypaw is trickling troops. This feels doomed to fail. He's going to get wiped. And look at the eco right now. Puppypaw, he doesn't have the food to make a tech play. Archers are going to dive in to just reduce the Longbow count as much as possible here. And was this an attempt to get rid of the taxes? I feel like this is wasted effort, the spears. I guess he just doesn't want them against the archers. Overall Longbow count still standing at 29. The first Lancer is going to hit the field. And crossbow archers are here to counter the small number of spearmen left alive. And this looks like it might just be it, right? Like Puppypaw, he needs to find a way up fast. Archers on the backside looked for more, didn't find it. Worker kill was a little bit deceptive. I think 2 of those were taxmen. Second Lancer is coming in soon. Anatan is outnumbered, but Puppypaw needs more villager kills. Actually, Puppypaw has his own macro issues now. A lot of gold, no food. Anno is now out of wood, but he is pivoting across. And Yowlock with another sub, you legend. Keep him coming. Appreciate you. Anno needs gold. Like, yeah, I was about to say, he needs to rush the gold now. He got the space. Oh, man. Puppypaw, this actually almost worked. If he went back towards the gold, Anno would be screwed right now. But now that he's getting gold, Lancers are coming. And not just Lancers, he could pivot into Palace Guard here. Does still need to get the wood for the racks. Lombos are going to shuffle out the other side. So Puppypaw, in the end, did slow down an immediate surge. But Anatan, with the supervision now, is ramping into Lancers. Pumping them out every 14 seconds here. Farm count for Puppypaw. He's only got, what, 2 clusters? Deer being gathered as well. But he's not aging up, folks. He's playing in age 2 still. Anno? Anno? That was a slow reaction. And wow! That's enough damage done. He calls GG. Unbelievable. Anatan, I think this was a little bit premature. But I think that slip up in the gold convinced him that this was over. Wow, guys, what do you think of that one? I think, Anno, it was looking a bit rough, but that felt a little bit early for a GG. He had 4 Lancers and more coming. Maybe he suspected Puppypaw was going to age up because Puppypaw, of course, had way too much gold. He was mismacroed, but let me know your thoughts in the comments on this one. It's an early lead for Puppypaw, so we might have a return to form, a return to champion. But we've still got plenty of games to come. Best of 7. We're going to find out soon if Anatan can strike back. I think that was premature. I think Anno didn't handle elements of that well. Maybe he thought he lost more villages than he actually did on the gold. He had, what was it, the GG time? 4 Lancers? It was 4 Lancers, right? You can cut reinforcements with 2 and poke at your opponent who's trying to harass the gold. You also have the back gold still to go to. So to me, that was weird. That wasn't the Anno I would have expected. And it's worrisome because it's not as drastic as in a best of 3 when you give that opening win, but you have just put yourself on the back burner. And you've lost one of your best civs in the process. So, I'll have to see how things develop now. Of course, Anatan does get the next map pick. Oh, he could go for Archipelago, actually. I think you Archipelago this. You've still got Roos, which we've seen people like. Ayu. Basses. Actually, I guess you don't have a good secondary. You use China already. Yeah, he's going transhumans. We've got a Basses versus Japanese. Okay, so let me pay out for that. That's going to be a win for Puppypaw. More council hall wins for English? Yeah, because it gives you a timing attack, right? Like, Abbey of Kings isn't for every game. That's crazy, though. Alright, we're 2 minutes out from live. He had no food. He found some food. He was fine. I think maybe that game just became a little bit frustrating, and then Anno didn't want it to snowball annoyance for him, so he just called the GG. But that could end up being very costly now. Said Cat turned off his PC. Hey, I used to have that issue. Could it pivot to knobs? I don't think you even need knobs there, right? Like, your opponent has a decent number of Lombos, but you have Undermesh already, Lancers with 5 armor, 230 HP. He probably just thought that there was a lot more spears. Like, we could see on the back of that, like, Puppy Paw's eco was getting a bit messy, right? He had 1,000 gold, rather, just sitting there that he couldn't use. And there's the PP jokes. Probably expected more farms. I think, like, Anatan just assumed there was an age up coming. But assumptions can make an ass out of you. So, game 1 going to Puppy Paw. Let's get ready for the second. And it's going to be transhumans for Ayyubids versus Japanese. Puppy has like 3 farms. He had 14, actually. He had 1 full farm cluster and another one that was either 5 or 6 farms around the berries. He stubbed the berries as well. He wasn't completely outfitted, but like, I think Anno, I mean, it's his call, right? But to me, that felt like a slightly premature GG. All right, getting into game 2 though. Let's hype it up. Okay. See, I'm starting to know why. I realize why you called yourself that, by the way. So you're signing up for next week, right? Okay. This way he's like, oh man, KP, you know me, I would have, but sign up's already closed, man. A matchup where Ayyubids have been slam dunking, but this is a new addition to the map. One and all, welcome back to the midweek muster. Grand finals underway, and Puppy Paw already taking a questionable lead here. Anatan, it looked like he just, I don't want to say tilt GG'd, but very premature in game 1. He's going to have to reset fast here, man. I think Anatan was on the verge there. That still was a tight game, but credit where credit is due. Puppy Paw's aggression paying off. Now we're into a matchup where you'd expect him to be aggressive. Japanese in his hands, and Anatan with a more defensive Ayyubids. Let's see what he's got in mind here. Transhumans, of course, the map where you do have the fishing option, you have the crossings, and only 3 relics in total. So, Japanese has looked a bit weird here, right? Japan, at first on this map, looked giga busted, and then players figured it out fast. Turns out walling is actually a good way of just removing the threat, right? I think Japan got a slight buff with the changes to the tree line here, though. Right? With there being less wood on this map on your safe island now, more aggressive civs can be rewarding. But even then, we've seen execution has looked rough. I think the current meta is just pretty tough for Japanese due to the lack of crossbow scaling, right? They can scale crossbow with Onimusha, they're just not as good. And Marine Lord is not playing because he is scared of Puppy Paw. You can go tell him I said that? Nah. Marine Lord is focusing on the team tournament, I think is the idea. He has voiced an interest in Midweek Muster for 2025, though. A reminder, folks, this is only week number 6. We still have over 20 more weeks to come. Midweek Muster will run through January to June of 2025. That's right. We're stacking it. So, fishing opening up from Anno. And, you know, this is why we do it as well. Players like Anno that have been on the verge, they're going to start coming in and performing like this, right? This continuity, this regularity, this adaptation that allows us to get new maps, get us new players, get people experience, provide entertainment on the midweek days, because let's be freaking real about this, there is no tournament entertainment for the most on the weekdays. We're trying to deliver it all. And I think it's working pretty well. And yes, Siege does do damage to ships. Spirals do damage, bonus damage to ships still. But building Spirals to counter boat play feels really bad. So, Puppy Paw. We've got quite a few fishing boats coming through, which is why he's working that hard on the tree line. 18 sheep as well. This is a nice reserve. Anatan has got 15 though, and he hasn't even touched the berries. So both of them in decent position. I wonder, is Anno going to try Millie Wing here? I haven't been a crazy big fan of Military Wing. How are you guys been feeling about this matchup? Like, some people have been playing Ayyubids, some people playing Japanese. When you play on the ladder, do you try Military Wing against Japanese? And how have you been handling the Shinobi? Because I think the Shinobi are really tough now that people start using them properly. Like, in theory, double archer counters, but in practice, build free Shinobi and win game. Logic being is that Anatan at that point would be ahead on military spend, right? Because his military units were free. but it doesn't usually feel that way. And we've got a fast castle build. Culture Wing coming in. This is cool, actually. And he can fast castle into Military Wing, which will give him his camels, which counter Samurai. Alright, do you guys want me to blow your mind? Which wing have we not seen on this map so far that now that you look at the map would be quite useful, potentially? It's not for every matchup. You wouldn't do it against Japanese. But Trade Wing is kind of slept on. Because if you build a Trade Wing here, you trade over here, that's 2/3 of the map. It's actually not a bad idea. And also, when you remember that most of the trade distance is protected by someone you can wall, it's actually a pretty cool low-key play that we're just not seeing it right now. I think the nerfs to Trade Wing really pushed people off of that even being an option, because remember, it used to be you got Grand Bazaar in Tier 1, and they swapped it with the armor. Armor feels pretty redundant. But the reason why you wouldn't do it against Japanese is because of the Shinobi. Like, you just die trying to. Don't like the fact that water equal auto Shinobi. I don't think it's actually the water at all. I kind of have to rebut that and say, have you watched land maps recently? Shinobi have just looked really good on land maps. It's nice because, you know, if you go Kura, you have literally no presence on the map. But with the Koka, there are some plays around like Shinobi and Horseman that are quite good. So Tech Up's coming out. Now, the cool thing about going for this play, Preservation of Knowledge into Tech, you're going to save 20% on your age up, so 360 less. It's not 360 less, though. It's 260 less, because you have to get POC to get it, right? How did you guys predict in the end, by the way? Kind of curious what the split was. 55-45, so we have a lot of Abasa believers here. It's funny, because like just a few months ago, we had top-level players confused about how the hell to even play against Japanese. They thought Abasa's was like an insta loss. But now, people feel a little bit more content, a little bit more comfortable. Water maps are pretty good for Abasa's against Japanese because of the longer feudal. But this isn't like a 4 Lakes. I think 4 Lakes, Abasa's are really good against Japan. But on this type of map, the fast castle comes too fast. And we have a lot of fast Shinobi coming. Check this. Camel Archer reaction, smart. Slow to produce, but you'll get him in time. And it should save Anatan on needing to build an outpost. And if he needs more, he can just build like double Archer afterwards. Puppy Paw. This is, of course, going to slow his tech timing. The my game nicely aligned for, like, Uma Bannerman. So you can drop a stables, build an Uma Bannerman while you're teching, and then build knights immediately afterwards. And we do have the dock burn, so no defensive ships coming through. He did not get fresh few stuffs, which I don't blame him for. This is fast castle, right? So 100 resources is pretty expensive for this. Camel Archer is going to chase this away, so Puppy Paw, the only way you can now kill is if he builds enough Shinobi and like, ambushes. Because remember, it's 22 damage you're taking. You die in 4 hits. It's pretty brutal. Yeah, and now with the Shinshin in, you just get kited and killed. So Anatan, the moment you turn around, it just gets even worse, because now you just get chased down. This is expensive. I'm a little bit surprised Anno backed up there. That would have been 3 Shinobi kills, 2 of which were not free, which means that your play kind of paid for itself. Military Wing on the way, though. Puppy Paw, does he read this for what it is? If he goes for standard play into stables, I actually think Anatan can crush him here. And there you go. Fresh new stuff now coming through. So it looks like you wanted to start the tech up first. I kind of support this. Like, sure, you're missing out on some savings, but you get a faster tech timing, then come back for it. Realistically. Because what are you saving per villager? You're saving 18 food. So you're saving 54 food per minute. The tech costs 100. Takes 2 minutes to pay back. But your Camel Archer timing would have been worse, right? So maybe the reason Anatan skipped it originally was because of the Camel Archer. Speaking of which, that Camel Archer has got deep. Oh no, he doesn't have any villages there. Because he's teching up, right? Horseman does come out, so Anatan will end up losing that Camel Archer. The double Camel Rider is coming in just 2 seconds. And Puppy Paw is indeed going for the atypical play. Mount Samurai now coming. Can you sabotage House of Wisdom? No. I remember in the early days, I was like, they'll be crazy. It's like, no, you can't. Because it would be broken. Think about it. You could just infinitely stop someone from teching, and they'd be stuck with the resources just waiting. Double Camera Rider coming out. Not the best trade into a Shinobi, if I'm being honest there. Decent chunk of health already lost, and Matt and Samurai are rushing, so Anatan, I thought maybe he'd just go Camera Riders. He's trying to go with Lancers. You need to raid with these, though, or it's worthless. Ones if you'd rather have Poppy Paw's position right now. Twos if you'd rather have Anatan's position. That's in the game, not in the series, smart asses. I know what you guys are like. First relic being picked up as well. I know has got the Camera Riders nearby, but yeah, he gets scared straight away. Doesn't want to lose these guys. Another interesting thing about going Camera Riders is they're cheaper than Lancers, right? Like, Camera Riders only cost you 220 resources, whereas Lancers cost 240. And it's still the same production time. But the difference is, like, you know, that saving, by the time you're saving 20 resources per Camera Rider, by the time you're at, like, 10, that's 200 extra resources. Like, you get into camera handling, you now have more movement speed as well. Not to mention the melee defense. So to me, Anatan just wants a few Lancers to raid and get crossbow mass, right? He's trying to counter Japan the way that most people do, which is Japan sucks when the game moves towards crossbows because they can't move there as well. And we've seen so many players trying to make mass horsemen work now with Japan. It just, especially when transhumans, doesn't feel that good. As you just kind of get walled out and your opponent plays a little bit of a long con until they've got enough crossbows. Love Fudasashi. Not just because it's one of the coolest sounding texts to say out loud, but also the berries on the map. It's going to allow him to get very aggressive with his gathering. Camera Riders trying to frontline this. Has still got them looking pretty healthy so far. Crossbows are going to start a step back. Only one Mountain Samurai getting in there, so we'll be able to protect that. And the Horsemen are attacking the wrong thing. Puppy Paw, bit of a mistake with the A-click at the end there. Also in the retreat, it's kind of ugly, right? Because the Shinobi was slowing him down. Surprised Anatan didn't leave it alive so he could get some hits in. He's going to have to reset here. You'd think. Instead, Anatan commits to a bit of a questionable fight. Crossbows are starting to move out. Looks like the relic is going to start being pulled back here. Puppy Paw hasn't built... Oh, wait, he has. He just forgot about it. He didn't drop the relic off, so second relic on the way home. Crossbows are being ignored again. He's going to pivot onto them now. Anno needs to shuffle them to the back line. Should be able to move through snipe and, yeah, just get behind your boys. It's like, protect me, Papa. The big, mean bully samurais are trying to end me. And Anatan looks like he's ending Puppy Paw here. Camel's making the difference, guys. This is wild. Where is the bannerman? Puppy Paw would rather save up for a castle that he can't build until age 4. Yeah, this is... I think he forgot. No daimyo. No bueno. I'm a bit worried for Puppy Paw. The Uma Bannerman, it's a fair shout actually coming out from chat there. The reason why Tavsan mentions that is because if you get the Bannerman, then you offset the unease, right? You get 15% damage buff to offset a 20% damage debuff, which is huge. Kind of imperative when you just want to build only one unit. Also would have been great for the Horsemen, bonus damage against the crossbows, right? But now... Puppy Paw's in a weird, weird place. Luckily for him, Anatan hasn't pulled out his abacus and started counting yet. He doesn't realize that there's one deer missing here. Otherwise, he'd be raiding it. I know. Now looks like he's playing for relics. A little bit too late, though. They've already been captured. He can use this to heal all the injured. Just needs to make sure he gets away. His Puppy Paw's boys are looking fresh. And there's only one camel left. Anno. Uh-oh. He needs to leave the crossbows right now. No, microing with the crossbows is killing him here. And weirdly enough, Puppy Paw just dives past. He doesn't even care about those two crossbows. He goes for the bigger blob. Oh no, Anno! Can he actually recover this? I mean, the Lancers are kind of doing God's work, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Anatan slipped up. Didn't have an extra Camel Rider in reserve. Got a little bit too far forward there. Didn't go for a raid. Instead, he just tried to posture. And now he's been shoved all the way back. Now he doesn't have a front line, right? That Kamalani's been gone. And all of a sudden, things are unraveling fast. Anatan is about to lose his position on the center. Imam is trying to make a difference here, but it's moot. Behind this, remember, folks, this is not your standard Abastas with 2 TC. He's still just 1. Might be about to need to be 1 with a force to still exist in this world. Letting a player like Puppy Paw go 2 ahead is not a good look. More crossbows are coming. Anno is going for his second TC, though. So, where there's a will, there's a way. The game not over yet. And I imagine that TC is going to have to be dropped on the gold here. Would secure a tree line. You could drop... Actually, here, you secure the berries, the gold, and the wood. Other side, Puppy Paw did finally remember the Daimyo levels. He actually committed it in, so we do have Uma Bannerman now added in. And also outposts with emplacements likely to come in. Kind of silly Mount Samurai so strong. I think... How do people feel about Mount Samurai? Because here's the thing. Before anyone cries for a nerf, if you nerf them, what does Japan do? That's the biggest issue I have. I think in this game, if Anatan legit had just built Camel Riders, the Puppy Paw wouldn't have been able to fight for this. If you nerf, Japan players can always reroll. Well, GG, there goes the Japanese audience. We don't have second TC, by the way. What's happening with Anatan here? He's just floating 289 stone. Is it fortifications? I mean, yeah, he got sprinkled here. Probably feels like he can't get away with 2 TC. I think he thought that Puppy Paw was 2 TCing, so that he'd have to mirror 2 TC. But then he saw the Mount Samurai count, he's like, oh, okay, we're still playing 1 TC. Which is kind of okay for Anatan, because he's blowing a lot of crossbows now. And Puppy Paw hasn't diversified his comp, because you're playing Japan, there is no diversifying, right? Why doesn't anyone mass Camel Riders? Because Camel Riders technically suck if you are trying to raid afterwards, right? They're not as good as Lancers at getting villager kills. I think people are sleeping on them still. Especially with camel handling being such a damn good tech, right? Look at this. Only 220 resources due to POC. And you get more movement speed than Mount Samurai. Which means if they start losing a fight, it fully snowballs. Lancers. Ooh, cheeky raid coming in here. Actually shivs out. Ends up losing one of the Lancers. Doesn't even lose a villager there. Ballsy from Puppy Paw pays off. Sprint on placement's helping a lot as well. Anno needs to be careful where he positions here. This is a lot of Mount Samurai. And this is a very open map in the center on Transhumans. Intentionally designed that way. Crossbows hiding in the stealth forest, but wait, what? Anno! He didn't see this! He didn't know. And that ignorance may not be as blissful as he'd hoped here. The crossbow mass is getting called. Second wave of Mount Samurai now arriving. Gold to get idled and blocked. And without gold, there is no crossbows. There is no hope. Puppy Paw is crushing Anatan's dreams here. 2 down. Possibly only 2 to go. And you have to start asking the question, what can stop the Canadian? What do you think, guys? What can Anatan do? Where does it need to improve if he wants to get back in this? Let me know in the comments. Catch you in the next one. It's getting a little bit uggers right now. Not a pretty look on Anno. 2-0 down. Let me mark that one up. Someone needs to change fast, because, like, this is the first time, I think, in these weeklies where I've got the feeling that we're not getting a redraft. Oh, sorry. Wait, did I list those wrong? Yeah, I did. One sec. Right side win. Abasas. Japanese. So. What do you do now if you're Anno? Oh, sorry. I just realized they're on the... Why is that draft? No. That is right. Yeah, we're good. So, China was picked. English was picked. Japanese has been picked. And then we just saw Bastards. I don't know if he can punt Archipelago here. This is kind of awkward, right? I think you want to. But Puppy Stars French, Mongols, and you've got what? Could go for some weird Malian play, maybe. Probably you punt Roos. But because he's got Roos, he might just go high view. But that's danger zone, right? Because it's Delhi. I know his biggest focus should be getting a game to just survive the redraft. And if I said they were going to Dry Arabia, what civ do you think they both would have picked? Get your guesses in. I'm curious what you guys would think. Mali and Delhi? Nah. Delhi's in there, though. It's Delhi Ottomans. Have we seen Ottomans win at all yet? I mean, I want to say no. I'm going to run 30 seconds of ads now, just before we get into the game, for you guys, to protect you. I'm going to start predictions as well. All right, let's hop in the lobby. Sorry, I was just dealing with messages in the background. 36 ads? No. I pressed 30 seconds. Nice try. I can literally see the timer for 15. You should not have 36 ads. Well, I had a second Red Bull in case it was a long day. Probably won't need that at this rate. Oh, man. All right, 16 seconds in. We'll just catch up. There we go. You're in a grand final. You're 2-0 down. And for some reason, you pick Ottomans. Tell me, why does your clock still say 2023 when we're in 2024? Wonderful. Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 6. Grand Finals. Fox's Anatand up against Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw with the dominant Delhi and Anno with the Ottomans. Now, this used to be a classic skill-based matchup, actually. Before the nerfs came in and for the Ottomans, the buffs for the Delhi, there was a time where Otto versus Delhi was really quite a tight matchup, right? You'd build the meta, you get that beautiful attack speed. That would offset Tower Victory. But we're in a whole different ballgame now. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. Because Ottomans hasn't been picked much. I can only recall like 1 or 2 games total. It's been drafted a few times, but never really picked. The last most notable game I have in my brain was Voldemar versus Mahodo, and that was weird. There's no other word but weird. What's the game plan for Ottomans here? The game plan used to be long feudal, where you'd mass Sipahi and you'd gradually get your unlocks, you get your advantages, right? You get the better gathering speed on gold, you get your hands on the meta. Honestly, I'm not sure what the game plan is in Anno's mind here. I'm expecting Sipahi, and it'll be Sipahi Ghazi. But then Anno would have to pull the Imam point, because without the Imam point, you lose a long feudal to healing. This is probably, yeah, I just looked at the votes. I was about to say, this is probably going to be the most skewed percentage of Gamba so far. Folks, it's a 10-to-1 split. Almost 90% of the votes are for Puppy Paw to win this game. This is going to be rough. Anno is going to have to get creative. And Military School and Dark Age is someone that's been kind of debated more recently, a few months back. I remember talking with Crackety about it on a broadcast. And it just feels very not worth. The only thing that's good for her really is shoving deer. Because now if you're going to run to harass the gold, it kind of feels late. Your opponent's going to start his tech up soon. You can't really kill any villagers because he has a scholar you can heal with. they can shiv you. I almost want to say it would have been better for Anatan to just push these deer in so that when the Ghazi come, he doesn't need to panic react. So his tech up should be soon. We're probably looking at Madrissa here. It is a corner trade post. You could try to trade, but you'd have to set up a marketplace. And against Delhi Raiders, that's a terrible idea. So probably play safe with the Madrissa. Or not. We have Sultani Trade Network. So Sultani Trade Network. Sheep's dispersion is kind of similar, right? 12 to 14. Remember that Puppy Paw would be gathering berries first. So like he's expected to have more. It's kind of wacky. Still a good landmark? I mean, sure, it's an alright landmark, but if you're playing a long feudal, you're going to get punished for this. Because you won't have food. And yeah, you can go for the Vizier point that gives you 10 sheep, so extra 2,000 food, but you still, in a long feudal, will run out. So like, this leaves two options. Either Anno's going to play aggressive and out-aggro Puppy Paw. He expects to out-aggro Puppy Paw. Or, the more likely option I'm expecting here is this is Fast Castle. If you go for Fast Castle, I think you have to go for Imperial Palace. You have to go for the Istanbul Imperial. You don't go for the Armory. The Armory is so overrated now, by the way. Like it's just big red flag alert for you guys. Going into 2025, the biggest difference with Ottomans you're going to see, which will be for the first time since the release back in 2022, is that people will start moving over to the alternative Castle Age landmark, the one that generates more Vizier points and quicker. Because the value of Imperial Armory has really been heavily nerfed now that Mangoes and Castle don't just immediately get you a turnaround. Do I even dare look what the final score was between these two on like the predictions? 88% voted for Puppy Paw. Good God. Wait, you guys don't think the Mango should die to archers? I mean, isn't like a Mango dying to an archer just like the Asian version of an apple dying to an archer? See, I done a fruit joke there. All right, meta coming in. I'm fine with that, right? It's going to be free at the military school. Blacksmith's getting added in as well. He's playing the Age. It's only 2 on the gold. And there you go. Sipahi are going to be coming through here. But that has to be making Puppy Paw feel pretty confident. Because he can just mirror Ghazi. And the production rate is going to be pretty bonkers. 13 seconds to pump out. Meanwhile, the stables, I think it takes you like, is it, I want to say 19 or 20 seconds with the Sipahi? Because remember, the blacksmiths increases the production rate, right? God, you can tell how long it has been since I've seen an Ottoman game. Oh God, 25. Okay, that hurts me deeply. So 25 seconds. Was it really that high by default? So they were like 30 seconds default. That is brutal. So you're already going to be behind on production. You can see it actually in the numbers. And he has to contest the mid-map, or it's going to be all Sacred Sites going. What do you guys think that the Ottomans are missing? I'm kind of curious. Like, Ottomans right now have to be bottom 3 civ. The late game got pretty nerfed as well. The Great Bombard, I don't think is that big of a threat anymore. Sipahi are still statistically very good in the late game. But Janissaries feel pretty underwhelming as well. I like how Don's like, they're fine after just saying, I haven't really been playing AoE4 recently. Yeah, the eco, I think like they have a similar issue to Japan, which is just the eco feels weird. I think Pax Ottomana, the Vizier point investment that gives you faster producing TCs temporarily isn't that good either. We do have a prio on getting those melee techs in. Makes sense here. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, ooh, he's switching on him. We have spears. This is so he can wall the Sacred Sites, right? And if he can force a fight, it's just an immediate curtains closed. Anno is likely going to be going for the Imam point soon. He has already gone for the 10 extra sheep, right? The Anatolian heals. You can see by the split, because he still has 18 sheep left. And the traders, remember, they're just going to sit at home embedded, giving 72 gold between the 3 of them per minute. This is pretty cool, though. I think the choice to go trade network was specifically in reaction to Delhi, Because now, with 72 passive gold a minute, if you think about the tech speeds of your opponent, you can sort of keep up. You can't fully keep up with free tech on a Dome of Faith build, but in a way you do, at least within this age, and that your opponent has to spend 65 gold. He spends 130 per minute, right? Building these guys to get free techs. But you, per minute, are just getting 72 gold to then use on things that on average cost between 100 gold and 125. It's not bad. Maybe if Pax was tier 1, it would be okay. I'm not sure. I think they just need to change Pax Ottomana. Was it 3 minutes of, is it 50% more production rate on TCs? It sounds OP until you remember, or 5 minutes, sorry. It sounds OP until you remember in 5 minutes, on a normal town center, you'd only produce 15 villages, right? So when you increase it by 50%, that's only 7.5 extra villages per TC. It's not that good. Especially when you consider that Vizier points are limited. Big hit there. Nice strike. Gets the kill on the Scholar. Has his own spears coming. And this should be melee, right? Yeah, great read. So that's Anatan's clutch idea, right? Is like he can't win in a healing battle, but what he can win with is melee defense. Needs to be careful. Is absorbing shots for the meta here. Spimmin in particular going to feel really tanky. He's got 3 melee armor on these bad boys. Which means these Spearmen on the other side are only doing 5 damage. The problem right now is Blow. Like, he just doesn't have enough troops. I almost want to say for Anatan, the play here would have just been spears. But then he would have got kited. Comes in for another clash. He's got a lot of Spearmen on the way. Rax is pumping him out. Pretty rapid production at that, right? It'll be every 13 seconds? 12. Every 12 seconds they come out. And Anno, wow, look at what he's doing. He's finning the herd. Puppypaw does not have many Ghazi. It's just spears. At this point, Anno needs a second Rax. Like, you just need to try and preserve the Sipahi. Don't lose them. He's out microing Puppypaw. Does end up losing one of the Sipahi in the end. But that was one hell of a fight from Anno. Now, he is behind on economy, remember. It's 3 Sacred Sites locked in. But what a wipe. He peels back the injured. He's going to want to consider the Earman poise. And there it is. He sees that Puppypaw didn't build archers. So we have got AoE healing for Anatan. Imam shuffling out. What a sick opening from Anatan. Puppypaw, gotta be feeling a little bit shell-shocked by that. Got the teeth slapped off of his face. Ghazi count down to just 2. Anno is going to wait to raid, but remember, this healing comes in fast. Every unit in range. This is what we call the immobile dervish play. In a lot of ways, it's like a worse version of what the Ayyubids can do, but the difference is you don't have to commit to the choice, right? You have extra Vizier points that get you to this. And the big brain play by Anno was the choice to add in a meta via the military school. And because he was pumping spears, it still got him quickly into this point, despite the fact that he chose to go for the sheep first. Sick build. The raid is going to come on the flank here. Ghazi going to be a nuisance. Anno will have to shuffle away and bring a few spearmen over. She needs to be careful. Shivs have to come out. Good micro. Puppypaw will just have to shuffle away. Does get that snipe, though. Great return fire, but Anatan needs to start moving. He got too distracted by this. He's being too cute when he needs to just go for the kills. Sipahi are on the way. Arch transition coming from Puppypaw, but I don't like this when there's so many Sipahi already. He does have 16 spears. Anno does need to start decapping, though. Raid. Wait, Puppypaw, what are you doing? Anno, he gets in. Are you kidding me? There's no textiles. Great freebie here. He even stands here to tack under the spears that are coming before they mass. Sick raid, and Anatan not losing a single one of the Sipahi. He's now 3 villages ahead. Likely to be 4, right? Because after a play like that, Puppypaw has to be queuing up textiles. Instead, he says no. Are you kidding me? Is Anatan about to beat him with one of the trashiest civs in the game? About to remind us that Sipahi is still good for something. Don't need to aim for that late game if you swing in the early. Man, make no mistake about it. Like, this matchup used to be skill-based with the Tower Victory build and Old Ottomans. Anatan just proved that it still can be. He outplayed Puppypaw in that early fight. And it has made the world of difference down the line. Spy just winning on the flanks as well. I mean, yeah, smart read. He activates Fortitude on the full HP Sapahi because he knows that Puppy Paw wants the easy kill, the low HP one. This is incredible. Anno does need to be a little bit careful, folks, because his one weakness now is because Puppy Paw is going archers, the imams can get sniped. Outside that, doesn't really look like there's many weaknesses for him. Puppy Paw still no textiles. Anatan didn't bother either. And another raid. No. He's going to lose these villagers. Once Spy gets sniped, Puppy Paw is going for an age up though. Any kills will matter here. He's not going to be able to find any. Imams are being held in reserve, so these injured units preferably need to be pulled back. It's kind of crazy that Puppy Paw is aging up while still having this much military. Kind of shows you how expensive Sapahi are though, right? 160 resources each. Textiles to Anno. It seems he's worried about those raids coming in. Good timing as well, actually, because they are on the way. Love the double house here. Efficient because the village is already here, but also creates these choke points that you can shuffle around. All right, who wants to pick Ottomans after this game? Be real. It's okay to raise your hand up and say, I kind of want it. Because remember, Delhi right now are the beast to beat. They're like the scariest civ for a lot of players. Right? Rank your scariest civs, your top 3 scariest civs right now. How many players are rating Delhi in there? The fact that he's this close to winning a game. Puppy Paw moving in to his base to hide because Anatan is looking to dive. Spearman, they need a little bit of time here. Minute and 10 seconds till he's got the upgrades. Sapahi, poke around the side. He needs kills, and he needs a lot of them. Anno has found plenty so far, but he needs more. Lance is starting to come out, but that's into mass spears. And we have not got a meta. Oh no. Puppy Paw, he sniped it down straight away. Imam's healing, but it looks like Anatan is faltering here. How do you win the opening engagements that convincingly, find that many worker kills, and this sim still finds Castle Age? Oh my god. Was this Anatan making a mistake? Should Anatan have been going for an age up instead? I feel like against any other civ, I can see the logic, the play for Anno, but against the Delhi. We're speedrunning this grand finals. That's now 3 points on the board. The question I have for all of you in the comments down below is, can Anatan even get a game on the board? Let me know what you think. I'll catch you on the next one. This is not looking great, folks. Best of 7. There is still hope for Anatan. But it is looking bleak. It is looking brutal. That was the closest he's come. But I feel like he almost conned himself. Not even almost. I actually think he conned himself out of a game there. I think he panicked when he heard Castle. And he probably didn't need to rush like that. I think he could have like mirrored the tech, played map control, and then when you castle rush, your imams pick up 2 relics straight away, right? I'm not even sure he needed to dive. I think he just needs to contain and mirror the tech up. But tough series now. Game number 4. Let's go into Highview. If Anatan can survive this, we get a draft reset. Sorry, 1 second. Alright, I'll respond to that later. Ain't got time right now. So, what did I say we're getting? I said we're getting French versus... Was it Jean? Oh, I need to mark the daily sieve. Let me get predictions up for you guys. So it'll be 2 minutes on the predickies. And I'll mark off... Wait, no, Malians, right? French Malians, I think I said. I'll double check my own brain because I'm like, I've got DMs coming in the background as well. Feeling smug throughout the game, then Anatan deleted all his units. Don, this is why you need to come back, mate. Yes, French Malians, guys. I'm trying to... Have we had Malians win on Highview? It's been so harsh of a map for them. I don't know. Players keep trying and it keeps not biting. I mean, usually they're up against English and that's why it's bad. Can we just, what we need to do, guys, to get a longer series, we need to shame Puppy Paw. How dare he 4-0? Ah, we've only been live 2.5 hours. All right, let's see if we can get to at least a reset here. Imagine your confidence being over the moon after you 3-0 Beastie just to find yourself here in Midweek Muster number 6's Grand Finals. Puppy Paw has returned with a statement. We might have the biggest stomp of Midweek Muster so far in Grand Finals. And it is at the hands of the Canadian. He's 3-0 up. We head into game number 4. Anatan needs to make his stand here. It's a best of 7. No more mistakes allowed. He's going to try to do so on Pigeon's View, aka High View, of the Malians. Double scout opener that we know Anatan loves to do. We'll see if it pays off here. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, French, I mean, they've looked fairly decent on this map. High View, great for ambushing your opponents. Malians, meanwhile, I feel really bad for Anno, because I think I said it just before we got in here. I asked the chat, it's like, have we actually seen Malians win on this map? It feels like almost no matter the matchup, they've been having a hard time here. And usually it's against English, which is kind of understandable, but... What do you guys think of this matchup? Do you think this is French favored or Malian favored? I think French can be really annoying for Malians. And French players have gotten really good at diversifying their play. Like 2TC is pretty cool for French in this matchup, or you just keep scaling for an all-in. But the whole idea is if you just poke a little bit, then the Malian player has to react aggressively, i.e. he has to add in a lot of units to defend himself because you have to assume the French player is going all in. So I think we might see like a 2TC game here, which is the bane of Malian players' existence. If that happens, Anatan needs to attack him. I think whenever I see these 2TC builds against Malians, the big mistake Malian players do is they try to like double down on just greeting. They're like, oh man, oh he's gone 2TC, I'm going to try to greed myself. And then they get hit by like a knight. Like, oh, I have to build units. And then they build these units, they build like, 10 Donzos, 5 Javelins, and then they don't come out because they're too scared of losing that valuable army. At which point, it just kind of leads to them slowing their tech timing and the TC winning. How the prediction's looking. Okay, so that's a bit more inspiring. I think that the weird part is like the game we just watched from Anatan, and if you guys haven't seen it, check the VODs. He beat himself. He really did. The Ottoman Delhi game, he played it fantastically in the first 10... 15 minutes, right? And then, out of nowhere, he panicked when he saw Delhi getting castle. Threw away the game, essentially, instead of just controlling the map. So, the challenge for Anno here is to try and temper that aggression. You don't just want to be passive, but you also don't want to be overly aggressive, like in that game 3. I feel like, from my POV, what I really want for Anatan is at least to get one game here. Not just because as a tournament organizer, having like semi-finals and grand finals resolved in 3 hours is a bit brutal, but also for his confidence as a player. I think in some ways maybe this is like a confidence checker. After being Beastie 3-0, I imagine Anatan was on a high, man. Like Beastie, a player who is one of the most decorated in the history of OE4, and he turned him into a human toilet in that series, right? It was a 3-0 and it looked more convincing as the game went on. But then this. It's like, it reminds me of those situations where, like, someone plays another player and they go, thanks for playing me. And then they just leave the chat. So let's see what you can do. We've got Saharan Trade Network coming in, which is odd. I mean, it gives him safe gold, but there wasn't really any pressure. Antan being BC isn't really a surprise. For a lot of people, it will be seen as a surprise. I get where you're coming from, right? Is that BC's been focusing on the 2v2s. But still, I mean, you know, in a freer fashion, the way it happened, Anatan, I think there was high hopes for a pretty deep series here after what he done there. Poppy Port. Skull Cavalry in the way. We do have Stone Gathering. It's 2TC. For Red Bull, Marine Lord only scrimmed Anatan. They had close sets, then ML Freoed. Well, sure. So they had close sets, and then he took over. But Poppy Ball has actually been improving since Red Bull as well. I also think Red Bull is like an unfair environment to compare by. Like, it is useful data, but it's... I think you should also take the midweek musters seriously for what they are. Because obviously with Red Bull, it was an incredible event, and it definitely showed us like which player had the better idea of the game. But obviously the meta has developed since then. And in Red Bull, with the finals, you had two players that were playing in their own vacuums that hadn't touched each other at all, really, right? And that's very dangerous, because what it means, especially in a best of 5, is someone is right and someone is wrong straight away. And there is no time to adjust to that whatsoever. That's why I always try to gun for best of 7, best of 9 grand finals, even best of 11s. Because especially if you have a situation where the players would not have competed, you run the risk of just a complete wash. Because if your idea is wrong, you know, you're not even going to see a redraft. You're dead. So, is there a world in which... No, he's going to flood Cow. There's no way you go for a Feremba here. There's no value. I mean, like, so Feremba only works when you scale army first, right? He hasn't scaled army. He's got 2DC! Why? Against any other Civ, I could kind of see the plan here. But against French... And this is wild, man. Like, the Knights, where are they? Okay, they shuffled over to the east side, right? So, actually, luckily for Anatan, this is going up. Are you freaking kidding me? He done this blind against French Knights. And he got seen. The Knights coming in now, but it's going to be just a fraction too late to get any kills. Unbelievable. I can't believe it's Anatan just going for 2TC. I thought maybe he'd be rushing the gold. Paranoid's getting pushed off, but it wouldn't make sense with the Saharan Trade Network. So, kind of crazy. And yes, that's a good call by Sass. Like, this is the thing. Malians and Mongols actually are the two hardest civs to read for TC play now, because they don't need stone. Right? So, and this is also why civs like the Roos can still be really obnoxious, because of the Golden Gate tickets. Like, once again, you can't guarantee know when they're going for a TC. This is weird, though. I'm not sure how I feel about this, because we've been seeing 2 TC builds to attempt Feremba. But Feremba only works when you're scaling either Musafadi or Javelins, or you have a useful heavy ranged armor, right? It's kind of terrible against French Knights. Because you can't level up your Donzos. Like, if there was a Mansa Donzo, I think it'd be really cool. In fact, I wonder if actually the appropriate buff for Feremba is giving an upgrade for Donzos as an option as well. Because in this matchup, that could actually be genius. But now, I feel like you're going to eventually end up just building Fulani anyway, right? It does at least allow you to compete with the 2TC, but if you're going 2TC into Fulani against French, you're really far behind. Look at it already. Like, this lead is only going to build for Puppy Paw. It's kind of like when you watch someone try to ego chow China TC boom. They're like, well, I'll build 2 TC too. It's like, yeah, but he's got Song. Could have been better to play the standard Mali way. I think it's really hard, the standard Mali way, because the French are always going to build 2 TC. What would have been intriguing is if Anatan had tried to build army and just send it. But the reality is the map, right? This is why I think like Marlians is hard on high view, is because your play is very predictable and your counter play is bad, right? Like if you're playing Dry Arabia, you probably have the confidence to wait until you can pick a night kill and then walk across with like 4 Donzos and 3 Japs. On high view, that's death. There could be a night here, a night here, a night anywhere, right? This is why French is like low-key really sneaky pick on this map. Doesn't get enough credit. Historically, like traditionally in the early days, great pick, right? But now, like, kind of slept on. Obviously, because Highview hasn't been in tournament play for a while. Tower's coming up, so Anatan will be able to see soon. First Archer has arrived, but it's too close to the TC. Did he actually scout the archers, though? No, he's playing blind right now. And yeah, ambitious from Puppy Paw. That's the Saharan Trade Network is doing its job, guys. So the reason why Anno done this as well is to get the efficiency of the TC timing. It's kind of crazy that French still mirrored him, though. Usually, like, if you weren't worried about French Knight, you just build an outpost instead, right? Because you could have Mansa, so you have a Quarry, rather, which would give you the stone to get the upgrades to defend yourself. But he just didn't have time. Then Puppy Paw is milking this for all it's worth, right? Look at that. We do actually have the Javelin placements coming in, so very good against the archers. But Puppy Paw is edging on Castle Age, man. This is such a sick read. With 2 TC, he could actually just go Royal Institute, because he could bloat Knights very fast here. The alternative is you just play Guildhall and switch into Arbitrier. Because Anatan doesn't have any Javs. Anatan with the poor man's walls here. Knights are in. That's going to be a worker pick. It's now a 10 eco lead for Puppy Paw. I mean, he is at least getting the cows going, but his timing is so much worse. Royal Institute. Make it a Guildhall. Puppy Paw, he knows what this can turn into now. With such a fast tech timing, he could just harass into Imperial. I know. Credit to him, man. I actually respect this. He's not being too greedy about it. He does triple cow, and then he goes for the Fulani. There isn't a world in which this is Farimba. Actually, ooh. If you go Farimba, you could just go Donzo Freeborn, right? That's actually not a bad idea. Freeborn are really tanky, great against range units. It just feels so gambly, though. Like, you'd be full... He's going to do it. There are 2 options here, folks. I mean, wait, is there a world in which he does Mansa Musafadi? Because in fairness, you do get bonus damage against Knights, and if you stealth, you aren't seen charging in. TC is going to protect him here, but so far that's 4 worker kills. I can't believe this. We are getting Farimba. In what could be Anatan's last game of Midweek Muster number 6's Grand Finals, he is attempting a 2 TC Farimba build. And Polly, I don't speak German. Sorry. Ja, das gut. Is this build going to be good, though? We are getting the Musafadi choice. So the other way you could have tried this is mass Javelineers and you just defend, but I don't think that works against Guildhall. He has to attack. I'll give it to him. In some ways, I don't want to say this is looking like the most promising game. I think game 3 was the most promising one for an Anatan win, but this is probably quite easily the second most promising. It's ballsy, it's risky, but at this stage, with this matchup, you have to take a risk. All right, 1's if you think Puppy Paw's winning this, 2's if you think Anatan's going to do it. We're going to find out who gambles with their heart and who gambles with their head. Puppy Paw doing a wham wall here in honor of his brother in the Grand Finals. Wouldn't be a midweek muster if we didn't have a wham wall. And the value of the Guildhall in terms of villages is difficult to gauge because it scales exponentially. Veterancy is coming through. We do have Arbitrary. This is playing into Anatan's hand. And wait. He's actually going for the Freeborn. Didn't even entertain the idea of the Mansa, even though he's massing up a bunch of Musafadi here. So it's just going to be normally Veteran. But the thing about Freeborn is kind of crazy is look at their health. Even though they don't have any melee armor, they're still 175 HP. 125 resources each. Why am I receiving flame from a player called Donati who doesn't even register in the top 32 of Midweek Muster? And this is interesting, like, he is getting Zerg very fast. This can actually work. Freeborn are kind of wild. Like, from a stat standpoint, raw stat standpoint, they're kind of crazy. The crossbows are not going to do much damage, right? You have 6 ranged armor already against a 12 base unit. And then on top of that, you're 175 health with good movement speed. And Musafati, yeah, this is the other thing. It's the stealth. The stealth on a map like this. Puppy Paw is probably wishing he actually went for a Royal Institute now. Ball play coming in. The scout is at least going to reveal the ambush attempt. But Puppy Paw needs to run away, not towards. Oh, no. Remember, these guys are faster. They can actually catch you. Anno being a little bit greedy about it, though, on the chase. They clicked them. He will be able to burn through the wall, though. There's just so many coming. Another villager to get clapped. No textiles either. Puppy Paw looks a little bit confused right now. Just got villagers standing here, not sure what to do. The wall's already down. Anno doesn't have great vision in the area, which is a bit of a problem here. Arbitrator, a bigger problem is actually the reveal there. Puppy Paw, like, he actually needs more cavalry. Oh my god. It's actually happening. He's up to 15 of these freeborn. This is wild. Not many people have been able to make this Roomba build work. It feels awkward and predictable in some ways, right? We mentioned, like, in a lot of ways, you're kind of locked on choices. You can't go for the Javelin here because you haven't been scaling Javelins. You can't go for the Musafati. I think the Mansa Musafati is just so hard to justify. It's super situational. So freeborn kind of predictable, but just because you can predict something doesn't mean you can counter it. We've all experienced Ottomans rushing Imperial Age when it was best. And freeborn cost 125 resources. A few Musafati were trying to sneak in, but good read by Puppy Paw. He set up the outposts so that this will be revealed when he tries to ambush. So far, things have slowed down a little bit. Relics are being targeted now. It's going to be a 2-3 split in favor of Puppy Paw. Or 3-2 split, should we say. And what is up, Pilsen, my friend? Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all, to the grand finals of Midweek Muster number 6. We have a 3-0 up for Puppy Paw, but we might have a bite back from Anatan. He looks like he might be able to get a point on the board with this build. He needs to play faster than this, though. The arbitrary count is going up. We're up to 21 now. Definitely feels like he's on the clock with this. He's got the big pit mines coming in, so that's extra resources for him. He could even think about Sacred Sites next, especially with a double Imam play. And this is what we're talking about, yeah. One-on-one for sure. Knight will win against the Musafati, but the fight's never going to be one-on-one here. And funnily enough, you can tank with the freeborns, so the Musafati that counter these units can actually kill them. The arbitrary is just such a big problem, though, and Anatan doesn't have siege. Pushing continues. Now, keep in mind, Puppy Paw, he doesn't have any detection here, so if you stealth, if you just press one button, the Musafati will be safe and the freeborn can absorb. Instead, Anatan is trickling troops, though. He needs to get them all here right now. The play is peel off the Musafati, stealth, and go around the back. And then push in with the freeborn and sandwich. But right now, Puppy Paw is using his base against him. Anatan, he needs to delete these houses to get in faster. Puppy Paw just standing his ground, start stepping back. He does have the Gambus's tech, remember? So these freeborn, yes, they get bonus damage, but it's only +4. The Gambusins is worth more here. Maybe not enough. Has to retreat away from that. Anatan with the second wave. Able to hold in the center here. And Puppy Paw, he has no front line anymore. He needs to get back behind the walls. What a wild game this is turning into. Puppy Paw losing a lot of arbitrary there. And the funny thing for Anatan is he's kind of trading away the Musafati, but building even more freeborn over time. I think Anno is being a little bit too A-click brain about this. Yes, you are playing Marlians. Yes, they do Zerg. Yes, you can A-click, but he needs to start surrounding. If he surrounds, this is curtains closed. Puppy Paw keeps getting a chance to reboom because he doesn't lose all the arbitrary. And remember, this is a ticking time bomb. He has 1,400 food now in that guild hall. This is wild. 31 freeborn now. Yeah, I've got Spring placements nearby, so see if he tries to breach. He actually goes for it. Anatan. 2 hits the wall. Puppy Paw, you can't easily run away either. You have a movement speed malice compared to these units. Villagers are going to be forced to idle. He's losing a bunch in the middle of the battlefield here. Runs for safety. Nano could actually shuffle onto these villagers next. Idle being forced. A lot of them. No! The Seek Shower! Several more going down. And Anatan now has the villager lead. Peels off, going hunting. We also have a bigger problem, which is the gold gathering. Puppy Paw only 2k in reserve back here. You got 1.5k here. And Anatan has secured both of the 8ks. So Puppy Paw, he might have the resources now to go for an Imperial play. But does he have the gold to actually make Imperial matter? Doesn't feel like it. Not in the current position. Anno, what a play. In a decisive game, a crucial game. Now, he did exhaust himself there. He lost a lot of units in the process. We'll be going for the reboom. And he's adding in ranches plus the farms. But Red Palace is now on the way. So Puppy Paw will defend the front of his base. That's going to slow the game down. And that's a bit dangerous because by going for this type of build, Freeborn are quite tanky, but at the end of the day, Marlians are a Zerg Civ. Slowing the game down like this for Puppy Paw will allow him to reach 200 pop. That's when the French army should be favored. Ansand has at least put a marketplace back. He's got 8 traders. Yeah, I was about to say, like, the eco gap didn't make full sense, right? With the French TCs producing quicker. So we have trade underway, and we also have some outposts along the way. You've got the toll, you've got the trade coming in here. Remember, this is really big. So you can see, you'll generate food as well. This is kind of crazy. That's so cool. It's been a while, actually, since we've seen a Saharan trade game? Yeah, we'll call it that. But we're getting it. Puppy Paw almost teched up. Anna, in the meantime, is going to be shuffling to the back here. Puppy Paw is moving away. So we'll dodge the bullet on his back gold there because he already exhausted it. The Sacred Sites are locked in. There isn't much in the way of an immediate counterattack for Puppy Paw. He only has 3 knights. Nano has snuck into those farms. Could kill quite a few, even with Textiles being there. And Wolves, he's walling him in. So Wolves to protect himself, Wolves to protect against flanks and also keep his opponent away from the Sacred Site. We have Outpost on the front line as well, so you can keep an eye on things. He needs this wall here because of the trade. More villagers getting cut down. 27 worker kills. Anno building a lead and now going Imperial himself. And this is going to be what? Probably the Fort of the Huntress on the second Sacred Site, right? You could actually play for festivals, and we're getting the festivals. Great Barra, it's on the way. I mean, with trade, right? It's infinite gold, so you can afford to keep pumping these. This is wild. This is incredible. I've got the biggest smile on my face right now, man. What a creative build. I love that he's innovating with the Malians. A Civ that has become really really stagnant, I want to say. You know, every game you go and rush a Fulani. It's cool to see him not only potentially coming back in what was looking like a Stomp series, but also doing so in a very creative way with a Civ that I think is probably one of the most one-dimensional Civs in the game right now with their builds for Castle. The game isn't over yet. It is the longest game of the series so far. On average, we were trending towards a 15-minute average game length for these grand finals. Now we're going to reach French in their finest forms, right? Royal Bloodlines, Crossbow Stirrups, all these techs to come. Meanwhile, we'll have to see how impactful the Freeborn can be when they're upgraded. They're able actually to hold their own weight. Also, keep in mind, Anatan now has a second choice he can make. He could upgrade the Mansa, Mustafadi. I think it's worth doing here. I wonder if you remembered this, though. Feels rare to get here. And yeah, he done it. We got Mansa Mustafadi. So Mansa Mustafadi and the Freeborn. This is going to be big. Remember, this pads the Mansa quite a bit. Look at the melee armor on these bad boys. Oh, this is awesome. Double keep drop from Puppy Paw, though. He's crawling his way towards that site. Anatan has to wait for the techs. Elite Mustafadi upgrade. Elite Freeborn upgrade soon. Really would benefit from that melee tech free. Puppy Paw just trying to deny this pit mine. He needs this for his own gold, remember. And now with those Arbalest placements in the keep, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Anatan to contest. Do we have a uni yet? Puppy Paw, I imagine not. No, remember, he lacks the gold. It's too expensive. Meanwhile, Anatan, no university either. So many Arbitraire, though. Balls are going up. Anno, I mean, he's protecting himself against Night Raids, but he's also going to give over the Sacred Site win condition. Decap now on the way for Puppy Paw, so we are getting a longer game here in Pigeon's view. In fairness, Anno might be a Zerg Civ, but with the double Mansa play, he has kind of found quality within the Zerg. Sofa for raiding Fury would be nice. The problem is just there's so many Arbitraire already. I'm a little bit perplexed by this choice. Puppy Paw, I think his lack of gold rather doing this. He's going for Horseman. I know, just gotta be loving life right now. Look at these glorious bad boys. The tolls coming in. Looping off a nice amount of gold. Wait. So the food gets like generated when they get taxed, right? I think that's what it is, because it's not coming through on the UI. I always forget with this one, so we never see it anymore. We'll add on the backside. Puppy Paw did kill some eco off on the other side. Anatan trying to repair the wall. Keep drops are coming in. But he needs to do damage, lose the troops, rebuild. His problem right now is he doesn't have enough to defend at home against these knights waiting. A little bit of chip damage on the backside. That's going to slow down Puppy Paw's income temporarily. Elite Army Tactics is now on the way, so that's the thing we've been waiting for. It's been a little bit slow to come out here. You see it when the trader passes through? Yeah, it's a little bit weird, isn't it? Because you see the gold, but you don't see the food. I think Puppy Paw's not aware of trade. These walls will make it very obvious. The question is whether he sees the walls, and I don't think he does. He might be suspecting it now. Like, you know, this type of flood is very expensive on gold. See it on the outpost. No, on the outpost you see... Oh, wait, you're right. Oh, that's weird. Good eyes, Kiljadi. I was looking for the food afterwards. It's gold secondary. So yeah, food then gold. My brain was like expecting food second for some reason. Good eyes, old man. Oh. Dive coming out here. Remember, he just remustered the troops after losing that raid force. Puppy Paw doesn't have his own trade set up. Oh, he's getting it, though. Wait, what am I doing? He's up to 20 or... No, we're on the wrong guy. There you go. 2 traders, so at the beginning. And the stone walls are coming up. Freeborn with a casual 5 melee armor. And 11 ranged armor. Oh my god. The damage on these things, the Freeborn in particular, are kind of vulgar. They do 26 damage against Arbitraire. If they can reach him. He needs to deny the gold. If he can just shut the valve off right now before the trade is really set up, Puppy Paw over time won't be able to afford Arbitraire. Cannons are coming. Keeps are being sieged. Needs to be careful, though, because right now he is outnumbered, so he's going to have to back off here. The Bombard's likely going to be lost, so Puppy Paw able to stave off the aggression. Anatan now queuing up Mass Mango. Smart play here. He should have the adjustable crossbars queued up, though. That's missing. With adjustable crossbars, he can push this back. It's about to get more frugal for Puppy Paw. Enlistment incentives coming in. Probably going to be building some extra buildings around here, right? He's got the stables down. I'd love to see the archery rangers on the front line as well. Because obviously, Arbitrate dead. Take the longest to arrive again. And did we get the... Wait, we don't have Incinerary still. So this can get worse for Anatan. The fact that he died that quickly with Freeborn is a little bit surprising, right? 16 base damage on Arbors, but you have 11 ranged armor. As well as 205 health. The problem here is, like, if you can't actually beat him before the university techs come in, then this is going to be a GG anyway. Maybe Anno needs Javs. Javs feel bad at this stage, though. It wouldn't have been bad if he hadn't chosen Mansa Musafadi. Then you could have done Javelineers, which is a bit better. We still don't have adjustable crossbars. No Siege Works either. That's now coming through. Royal Bloodlines just got queued up for Puppy Paw. He has also got the Merchant Guilds coming in, so that's going to generate a lot of extra gold for the guy. He's currently only on 8 traders, but of course wants to preferably go up to about 20 here. Let's be careful where he fights here. Mangoes. Spreads it wide. Really good damage there, actually. This is enough to hold the area, though. Good follow-up shots on the Arbitrary on the left side. A cheeky wall attempt by Anatan to just make it hard for the Knights to wrap around. Love the gate follow-up as well. More Knights are coming in. And Anno is just trying to make this a slow roll. But he can't be slow about this. He needs to block that trade soon. Arbitrary count just went down to 40. Anatan now having the military lead is big. He lost some eco, but now he's putting it to work in military. This is looking good. We're also getting Anatan prepping for chemistry. Just so the Bombards can clear the way quicker. Remember, this no longer affects the Gunners, but we're up to 7 Mangoes now. The first time we saw this Mass Mango build was in the team tournament from Anatan on Roofs. We're getting that Anno treatment again. So Denier on the goal, but remember, Puppy Paw already has some permanence there with the trade, with the 3 relics. He needs to go deeper. Killjoy admitting that he has been beaten by this as well. I've seen Anatan do this at his best. It's vulgar what you can achieve. Up to 10 Mangoes now. Puppy Paw trying to brute force with Knights. So many Musafadi. It's a correct read by Anatan as well. Right? Usually it was Freeborn, but at this stage the Arbitrary shouldn't be able to get close enough. And we do have adjustable crossbars, remember. Even the Knights die fast to this. Love the focus fire on them just to make sure they can't break through. To recover it. Anno now up to 10 Mangoes in this game. Arbitrary are going to struggle to hold on. And if he starts backing off now, keeps are going to start falling. Bombard's moving in. A trickle of Knights, but Anatan has plenty more Mansa Musafadi where this came from. By God, he might be doing it. Trade will not be able to go on for much longer. We call it CGQE for a long time. I think now we're going to have to call it Siege Returned. The Anno Siege. Because the Anno Chad has arrived. Double keep drops. Mango's now on the move. He can even go for the recap on the Sacred Site here. Down to 92 economy, but remember, he has got the ranches to pad him. He has got the trade as well. Right now, he's loving life. In fact, he has got 26 traders. And yeah, Mangoes at this stage in the game, very difficult to counter. I'm still okay with Springalds being nerfed the way they are. It's very hard to get to what Anatan has here, in fairness. And The reality check is like, you know, this is going to push for an end state. You can argue that we moved from Springles to Mangoes in the late game. There's probably a nerf that needs to happen here. But I still think this is better than Springles. What do you guys think? Do you prefer this to the Springle meta? At least this feels more decisive, whereas Springles just feels decisive in a really underwhelming way. Randy the Robotiquins are arriving, so Puppy Paw... Oh, this is sick. He's going to try to break the Mansa quickly and then flood with the Knights onto the siege. Anno, I think he scouted it though, which is why he's backing up a little. He does see the traders. I want to renew the aggression here. What Anatan needs to do is just get a few villages forward and build more walls. If you stonewall up towards the gold vein, then beyond, you just want to create a little funnel point. So then you can move the mangoes up safely. It's going to be count of heavy horseman knights. If you have enough, yes. You do need quite a lot, though. And like I said, stone walls. Like, stone walls is actually how you make this work better. He has just built a new imam, so he's going for the cap. Surprised that he's not pushing in to try and stop the trade. It's a little bit risky, actually, because it gives a lot of time for Puppy Paw to pivot. And pivot he is. Look at this. 44 knights. Another 20 in queue. It's going to be marching in, though, and it looks like Puppy Paw may not be paying attention to this. The initial wallop could be big. Good hits from the mangoes. Oh, my God. Robotiquins in a bit of a panic, not sure what to do with themselves. And that's going to be siege intercepted. That's going to be trade rather intercepted by the siege. Knights now revealing themselves. They're going to try to brute force it. Robotiquins need to be counted, though. Anatan is not targeting them. Instead, he wants the Knights gone. And Robotiquins are cutting down that front line fast. Mango's finally changed targets, but he has been reached. He has been breached. Anatan about to lose the 17 mangonels. But it's okay, guys. We have infinite gold. Let's queue up 5 more. Oh, man. What a whiff there. I think Anatan, if he just used a few mangoes on the Robotiquins, it's an entirely different fight there. The front line doesn't die fast, and that means the Knights don't break through. Instead, he tunnel visioned it. He thought he could wipe the Knights fast enough. Maybe with Donzos, but with the Mansa, more of a tank unit there. So it's going to reset him. Sacred Site now being decapped. Puppy Paw's trade is going to be protected. Still 20 trading. Now Anatan with the Rams. We're up to 88 Musafadi. The Robotiquins are still alive, though, folks. Anatan needs to work on closing. Bro, chill. He's a player, not a salesman. Really, I think, you know, at that point, you should try to imagine yourself as a door. Actually, in some ways, you know, he has in this series. He's been very open. Now on the verge of closing, he's still yet to answer the biggest question. Can you finish? Or are you that guy who plays Mortal Kombat and tries to, but ends up just punching the enemy once and they fall over? And it goes, fatality. We all know that guy. Most of us are that guy. But people, if the trade does get slowed down at this stage, there will be no recoup, no recovery. Guildhall can only do so much work. He has got almost 2k in reserve. I love that the pit mine still pops. The Safari. Able to protect. More reasonable 5 mangoes pushing up this time. I don't like the switch into Horseman for Puppy Paw. I mean, yes, it's not bonus damage against you, but there's no way Horseman will beat Mansa Musafadi. Look at their armor. They have 11 melee armor. Reminder that the Horseman only does 16 damage. He's going to be shoved in the back. I think he's going to go for the burn down on the trade, right? Take out the marketplace to slow things down a little here. I've got the outpost laid everywhere to make sure that Anatan isn't blind with this approach. He's changed script, right? Before he was trying to take out the center area to get a blocker with Sacred Sites. Then he tried to change it into trade. Now he's just focusing more on the center of the base, east side, where he can find economy and trade. And also wood, right? The big block play here is denying wood away from Puppy Paw. Stops him from siege, stops him from horsemen. And we got gunners, folks. That's right. The big switcheroo. Needs to be careful not to build too many. It's great for the arbitrary, kind of more reliable than going into the mangoes, but where you have to be careful is with your opponent now switching horsemen, the Musafadi could get counted. Can't be too hard on it. Has he been using the Grew Up Burrow tool? I imagine for the Musafadi floods, yes. Still, the torch damage could be huge here. There is actually a world in which, if you keep flooding Musafadi, you could torch down the landmarks, right? He's going to be diving into the back. He's pretty much everywhere, folks. Freaking Musafadi. Villagers get clapped down fast here. 18 damage per strike. Textiles for what? The fact that he's counter-raiding with Revoltquins here. If it works, it works. Guildhall's still stockpiling, so 2,600 gold there. Puppy Paw isn't dead yet. Wait, it didn't surround. Oh, no. No. The Knights did get countered, though. However, it did just reveal the gunner play early. So only a few Knights make it through. Anatan now needs to fix that gap. Good God, look how many horsemen are dying to this. This is what I was talking about. It's just not the counter. Especially when you consider the difference in attack speed. Not just the damage alone. Cheeks get clapped, folks. And Musafadi, a pure annoyance here. Keeping on the defensive. We know New Wave is coming, and if he's activated it, I mean, this is the thing. Yeah, it's coming again. Look at the military festival. He queues up 24 freeborn. They're going to produce every 7 seconds. The only issue for Anno, of course, is affording this. Each time, it exhausts your economy very fast when you're down to 89. I might need to eat one of my protein works bars here. Before we'd be over and I'd be moving on to go eat with my family tonight. But no, Anno has turned up to make it a series. Push coming in. Mango's bombards could counter the Revoltquins instead. The gunners do it well enough. Better than well enough. They're an extreme counter. Backstab is coming through. But he retreats to protect the siege. Horsemen trying to get in. The Mangoes looking like they're going to get sacrificed here. Not able to hold the area, and that surround, that pinch from Puppy Paw is huge. He needs to get the gunners away from this fast. The walls just feel so far away. A lot of troopers lost there. Anatan didn't respect the Revoltquins and didn't respect the open space he was playing into there. We'll make it back to the walls, though. However, Puppy Paw, we still... Come on, this hasn't been walled! Finally, he deletes the pit mine. Oh my God. And luckily for him, it's not too many horsemen. Still an annoyance, but it's not like it's 30 horsemen on your trade. Only 10 break through. However, the opening still exists in this game. Puppy Paw has so much resource in reserve. It feels like he's never running out of resources anymore. He's up to 23 traders again. It's always the tricky part in the hyper late game of Malians is just like you're not great on quality. You're always about quantity, always have been. But to have that quantity, you have to sacrifice economy, right? And then the challenge is like you basically have to choose, am I just flood, run out of resources, or do I play at like 130 eco, struggle for 15 minutes, and then have enough economy to just blob 100 military 4 times over? We have got Mass Mancer again. The Revoltquins are being sniped. A good micro by the gunners there. An overextension from the Arbitrary Mass, actually. Puppy Paw Not showing ample respect here. There's a handful of freeborn in there. Will take a little bit longer to die. Gunners on the backside are no longer distracted. The Mangoes are moving up, and Poppy Paw needs to get out of dodge right now. This is officially an overextension. And it's had look at the blow again. Back up to 100 military. Poppy Paw down to just 53, and he's making a switch into hand cannoniers himself. Serpentine Powder, the ultimate counter to this mass Mansa strategy. With 7,000 gold in reserve, he's decided he has enough money. And Anatan needs to move with urgency now. Arbitrary have been holding you back this well. Imagine what hand cannoniers will do. Red Palace should be able to stabilize him in the area. Crossbows are in a choke point, but the Mangoes are the pristine counter. However, once again, Poppy Paw looks for the backstab this time. Gunner mass is good enough. This Red Palace needs to be removed, though. Sustain upon the map, which is stopping Anatan from really getting any deeper. Instead, he turns around with the villagers. So back to a Denal of wood, but remember, this game is no longer about the wood. It's food and gold that makes the world go round for Puppy. He did pull the gold out, hence why he's up to 7.4k. Spuddy Gunners are gonna have to front line for the Mangoes here. The Musafadi once again getting cleared. However, the Mangoes have a clear target in mind. Good hit. Down to just one right now. No more siege being queued. Anatan, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't try to blitzkrieg the Red Palace then. Poppy Paw, I am a little bit skeptical about the current production rates here. A lot in queue, but not a lot present. He's got plenty in reserve, resource-wise, but kind of running into an issue when it comes to the Flood. This is the value of Griot Bara compared to going for the standard for the Huntress we always see. That production pacing, as long as you can afford it, you can always out-zerg your opponent. The trader's getting caught here. So going to cut him down a little bit on that trade. This is not enough to defend with right now, but remember, Poppy Paw has a lot in reserve. How is this game still going? This is quite frankly a wild game from these two. I know his issue just really seems to be in the food. Like, he really is pushing through it at this stage, right? This has taken that final can of Spam, opening it up, and then rationing it for 4 weeks. His food income just can't keep up with this production rate. Why doesn't he use Food Festival? I mean, it's a good shout. He's now switched over to it. But even then, like, it's just the rate at which you drain even 6,000 food as Malians is crazy. These people are just so greedy. They spend their whole life eating gold. You give them food, you give them bread once. They're like, oh my god, 15 loaves of that, please. Bombards are now here. This may be a pivotal moment. This is what we've been waiting for. Red Palace is going down. Usually do signal the end of a game. Crazy that he's challenging it with Bombards as well. But it's working. And the Red Palace is gone. Villagers trying to come up with a repair again, but that's going to take time. And it is now the front line. Meanwhile, Poppy Paw's reserves drained down to just 1,000 gold. Did you rebuild a pit mine on an empty one? Probably not, because you have free safe on your side. Maybe. It looks like he has got them all operational, so it's about to be 4 pit mines. As much passive gold as he can get. Red Palace is always being denied. What did I miss? Oh, not much. Just Anatan turning up with one of the games of the tournament. After going 3-0 down. Looking to get us to a redraft for the Grand Finals best of 7. And looking hot for it right now. This is wild. Mangoes are going to have to counter this. Mansa holding on the east side. The Knights are going to get a freebie. A dive in here, so the Mangoes should be cleared up. And not just that, the Republicans doing God's work again. This game is never ending. I'm so hungry. Alright, we're definitely going to speedrun a snack break if the series doesn't end with this one. Absolutely wild game. Eight mangoes again from Anatan. Eco is even Stevens. I think Anatan just needs walls. Legit, just walls in this game changes everything. High view things? Killjardy, this is 10 times better than normal high view, though. At least they had to earn the trade. They didn't just build it in a corner. If you want a reverse sweep, it's so hard against Guildhall, though, to truly break the economy. Mance coming in again. It should be an okay fight. The Gunners are assisting as well, so the Knights are going to start to flop. Harveypool needs that second wave. It is coming through now. The Mangoes are on a coffee break. Yeah, he hasn't brought them to the fight. We'll be able to slip out there with the Gunners. I think that was an okay trade for Anno. He killed a lot of Knights off here. Your opponent's pretty much frontlining with range now, and you have 9 Mangoes, so he needs to be a little bit scared. Once again, the Mustafadi shuffle into the back. All right, guys, what is the best game? List the top 3 games you've seen of Midweek Muster ever so far. Is this one of them? I feel like this may actually be one of them. This is crazy. Nine Mangoes now moving up. Puppy Paw is trying to join that party, but 1 Mango without adjustable crossbars is not very impactful. Neither's the Knight count, only 18. Then again, the Mangoes have overextended again. Where's the army? Oh my god. This keeps happening. I think Anatan, he over-ecoed again. 117 is too big, right? Like, when you go 9 siege like that, they're 3 pop each. That's ludicrous. That's 27 of your population. You only have 80 to work with on military. And you've invested about 28 into gunners anyway. And the rest is cannon fodder, right? Holy crap, the amount of mangoes he's lost in this game. Is there any other civ in the game that could lose this many mangoes and still not be dead? You could argue any when they have trade, right? But and the Marlins do take it to a new extreme. And good eyeballs. I don't know why that overlay deactivated. There we go. Let's get back in. English. There's no way English could lose this much siege and still be alive, right? Like, really? English players settle on farms and have like 800 gold income. They don't build trade. How much wood does each player have left? A lot. Stealth Forest, baby. Not efficient, but there's plenty of it. Yo, what's up, Brit Boy? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. You've watched 427 hours of me. Wow. Has anyone else watched more hours of me this year? Is Brit Boy the winner? I think Anno needs to delete some traders, actually. He's up to 50. Like, 50 traders is kind of insane. I guess he just wants to be able to always afford gunners to siege, but, like, his food is kind of the bigger problem, right? So then you either use the extra pop to build extra farms, or use the extra pop to build extra units. And Puppy Boy just queued up 101 horsemen. The newest line of movies from Disney, I guess. Good God. You see more in 1 hour than Britboy does in 427 hours. Donati, that technically makes you a spider. Santa Claus watches me 24/7? What a pervert. Can we just discuss how that song for Christmas isn't like, I don't know why kids aren't creeped out by it. He sees you when he's sleeping, when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. That should freak you out. Fat Man Stranger with a beard An old man knows when you're sleeping. That's nightmare fuel. So was that attempt to dive in on the walls. Honest. Get your predictions in. How long is this game going to be? Mangoes are coming out again, so Arbitrary having to retreat. For what Puppy Paw's comp is, I don't like this, man. He's going to lose to Gunners. Arbitrary will lose against Gunners, right? But then, like, the Horseman count is just too low because you have way too many crossbows. All of a sudden, it's now Puppy Paw with way too much economy. And he's struggling to actually hold on with his current levels of economy. I mean, deceptively, right? He's queued up so many units in reserve. Fatbop's lost 555 hours. God damn. I'd say touch some grass, but I like subs too much. Keep watching. Because you don't want to miss the end of this one. An epic tale has to be coming to a close soon. Horseman with a dive in. We're about to find one of the Mangoes, but the other one's still alive. We're about to hit into the Arbitrary. And he's camping on top of this one. He's smeagling his precious. Okay, after the whole Santa, what he does in his privacy, smeagling his precious has a whole different meaning in this situation. Got a count now of 43. He's able to push in. And Puppy Paw is now starting to trickle troops. Anno does need to get more troops over here, though. A keep drop is coming in. He's going for the gold. Gunner line is still looking healthy as well. 34 of them in total. Meanwhile, the Arbitrary count is looking underwhelming. Brutally beaten at this stage. I can't afford more villages, my lord. It's going to take a while to get that castle up. Musafadi count is down to 19. Remember, defender's advantage are definitely a big deal here, but the bigger deal is that Puppy Paw has over-ecoed. He's at 150. This doesn't work anymore, surely. And the funny thing is, like, Anatan is doing the right thing this time around. It was a big reserve to grind through, but if he went and killed villagers, then Puppy Paw would be able to bloat more military and counterattack. He has way too much economy right now. Wait, no. Luckily, the Freeborn saw it. Castle's still going up, and the Musafadi are keeping this all busy. Gunner count has been thinned down to 15. Food is still a limitation here. We do have another festival coming up, and Anatan really needs to just grind back into the food festival. You can fix your production rate just by adding in more buildings. Your food is limited, though. The fact that Arbitrary are even holding on this well is kind of crazy. And my god, he's getting adjustable crossbars after all that. More Rams are coming, but wait, if you don't send troops over, the Rams are just going to keep getting countered by a handful of Freeborn here, guys. Traders are now blocked. Puppy Paw does not have much gold in reserve. His guild hall has got 2k in there, though. The Gunners have been thinned. We're down to just 15. Oh my god, this game. So what were the predictions? I feel I saw some people saying like an hour and 2 minutes. Okay, my prediction, hour and 25, probably. Horseman now moving in, so it looks like the keep is going to get dropped. He's moving in to block that, but there's still a ram attacking. Things calming down after what looked like it was going to be the Gigi push. Anotan has 56. How are you building even more traders at this point? This is crazy. And Puppy Paw, yes, he still has 124 horsemen in queue. His issue is actually gold, and oh, wow. He's switching mangoes. The reason why these Arbitrary are looking so crazy, by the way, really is Gambesons. I think Gambesons is in need of a nerf. It's so easy to forget because we so rarely see them reach this phase of the game. But when they get there, and the funny part is actually I think Puppy Paw and Wham are the players that get here more often than most. This is when they look giga busted, with Jean as well. And add in the fact we're in a crossbow meta, and you have your full issue, right? In the crossbow meta, it really reveals how ridiculous these units can be. Looks like the keep is being kept alive. I believe he does have banker repairs to make this a bit faster. We did just have the festival. That's why the food income is now 4.1k with just 44 farms and ranches. Yes, you heard me correctly there. Welcome to the Malian life. Late game is good. Gunners are in a bit of a pickle, though. Bombard really needs to target those mangoes. Should I just go, like, microwave myself a meal and come back? Should I just go, like, make myself one of the super meals that Protein Works sent me and come back? I'm pretty sure the game won't be over. How much Sacred Site gold do you get? It's 100 gold per site. So nice little triple. Puppy wins the next game in 10 minutes. But then we at least have a reasonable length grand finals. Insane series. I mean, if you guys are like judging Anatan's opportunity to win this now based on this draft, remember that if we see him win this game, it goes to a redraft. So the rest of that draft doesn't matter now. He has an opportunity to strike back. Musafadi gun is best gun in game. Quite high up. I don't know if I say best. You still have to deal with like English hand cannoneers or Chinese hand cannoneers, which have attack speed or range. But pretty damn good with their 41 base. Now, both sides have kind of slowed down to a bit of a trickle of troops here, right? However, I'm noticing a problem for Anno. He doesn't have anti-siege, i.e. horsemen. We don't really want to be building into scouts here either. Kind of wish Anatan had at least one Sofa every once in a while as a support unit. Remember, something really big you can get at this stage of the game is Farima leadership. To be the Farimba's leadership, right? Because it'll allow you to get these Musafadi units up to like 1.5 movement speed. Well, mangoes have reached the wall now. We might be about to see the stone walls crumble for the first time in a very, very long time. And it looks like Puppy Paw has got long-term wood access, which is good for the siege play. Puppy Paw, he was reduced down to 11 traders. He actually needs to make some room for additionals. Yeah, because he's locked at 200 pop, right? So he's queued more up, but they're not coming out yet. However, I believe he just pulled the guild hall. Yep, just a casual 4K, guys. All right, guys, imagine this. What happens now is this game is decided by who gets hungry first. And that's when both these players will regret not having one of these shake meals next to them for Protein Works. Boom. You guys wanted the use case? This is the use case. They both have trade. They both have infinite food. There's plenty of wood. It's whoever gets hungry first. Oh, looks like the front line is kind of failing him a little here for Puppy Paw. Mangoes are starting to creep in. His own mango's about to be reached here. Puppy Paw has to reset. Whew. Looks like he just needs to keep the mangoes alive. Alright, can we just agree that Twitch should add tactical nukes at this stage? Is it time? I mean, I guess mangoes in Imperial are meant to be tac nukes. I almost want an extra university tech level. That's like 5,000 gold. Well, it looks like the meat blob is marching forward. The siege can't turn around anymore. Good micro from Puppy Paw to minimize the damage done as he retreats here. Kind of annoying actually for Anatan. Feels like you need to just keep chasing the mangoes. Well, if this game had an AOM style wonder, I've been curious about that. Like, I've been very vocal about this. I think AoE 4 And a lot of Age of Empires games have some of the worst super weapons that exist in RTSs, and I've played a lot of RTSs over the years. Wonders as a nuclear weapon is really underwhelming, because it's like, now, 10 minutes from now, my Wonder will win. Or 15, right, with 84. Whereas like a lot of other games will do these things that are meant to be capable of wiping an army, right? Like think Red Alert 2 with a tactical nuke or mind control. The other way you can make late game epic is really fixing like wood. I have been speculating recently whether it would be cool to see them try and bring wood down from 150 to 100. Because even on a map like Highview, that means like, and Highview is one of the most like wood dense maps you'll find, right? Like now even on Highview, you'd be approaching the point where you'd be running out. Maybe that favors French too much then because food and gold. But like, I'm assuming by the point we experiment with that, we would have actually also nerfed Arbitrary and given them something else. Wouldn't mind trade being removed from the game. Maybe a limitation on trades. I almost want to have like this idea of, you know, if you use the same trade post too often, it gets worse exchanges, maybe? But the problem is like, I can't hate on trades as long as food is infinite, right? Because like, Killjoy is saying trade is not very exciting, but like, is farming exciting? Alright, this is why Don just needs to go back to Age of Empires 3. Who likes Stealth Forest, who hates them? I feel like Stealth Forest was one of the more interesting mechanics they introduced to AoE 4. It's a very cool tactical layer. Because like the problem with, I agree that there's problems with things like gold and food, right? Being infinite. And this, by the way, this is from someone who was talking earlier about how Dawn of War is one of his favorite games, and Dawn of War is an infinite resource game. But like, I understand the relevance and the requirement for limited resources. Because the problem you have now is like, how many Musafadi Gunners have died? How many Arbitria have died? How many Mangoes have died? After you've, in your brain, calculated the resource of that, how much did it matter? Is my final question to you. Right? There wasn't this, oh man, now I have to really move out on the map to recover. Dawn of War has victory points? No, Dawn of War 1 didn't. Dawn of War 1 just had infinite resources. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, when I think of RTSs in my kid brain, I really liked infinite resources games. But now that I've matured as an adult, I do appreciate the necessity for end, right? It's like the idea of when you're a kid, this whole idea of like open world games, infinite open world games that generate sounds cool. But then you just rather have like a finite world that's more detailed, you know? That difference in things that you mature. Push through trying to come in from Puppy Port. You can see he's just trying to break in for the farms. If he hits the trade, the farms could turn things around. But good hold by Anatan and good breakout here to force that retreat. And yeah, Anatan hasn't really been subtle about his wonder plans here, right? I mean, the game has to end somehow. It's a shame he wasn't able to get the quarry in H2, right? Because that actually would have made this a lot quicker. Calling AoE Force community 8% kids? Nope, our demographic is 80% adults. But it's the, I think it's the kiddish love for the infinite resources. It doesn't mean you're a child, it just means like, you know, it's the desire to want to have that infinite. In some ways it feels good, but then also, I think it's that kind of classic thing of like, if everything is infinite, what is the relevance of anything? Does that make sense? Well, we have a rewall here. Just about. And just about holding the choke. And for the first time in an hour and 5 minutes, we have Donzos. It took a very long time to get to this. But he needs a quicker wipe against the Musafati. Against the Horseman, rather. The Musafati weren't cutting it. What's the record for the longest AoE4 tournament game? Was it a tournament game that was 3 hours something? I remember in the early days of AoE4, I'm pretty sure you can find it on my channel. I believe it was on Confluence. I'm pretty sure we had like a 3-hour and 22-minute game. No, maybe it's like 2 hours and 22 minutes. Something like that. Zerton B? Yeah, the Zerton B one. That one just didn't let up. Are we going for a new record, boys? I mean, we've got some ways to go, but we are an hour and 10 minutes in now. For the first time in that time, in a long time, Poppy Paw has been able to hit the backside. He actually... Well, actually, Anatan has 10k gold, guys. Like, this isn't going to kill him. He can come rebuild. He just needs to notice. And as these guys stop working, he gets the idle notification. It will become more obvious. I know. Now with Donzo's in the mixer. Donzo Freeborn's pretty crafty, actually. Because now you have an efficient counter to the Horseman and a lot of chunky units against these crossbows, right? I like the switch. It's mopping up quite well. Gets through a decent amount of the crossbow mass. Horsemen are going to try to break it. Wait, just go here. Just go. So the Horsemen are getting cleaned up, so pretty much removed from the equation. And that is a lot of siege. 8 mangonels now for Puppy Paw. 9 more in reserve. I'd make Wonder 4,000 resources for 1v1s of each resource. Wonders are not really used above Gold League. No, I've seen a reason. I think Wonders should be the rare of the rare of the rare. So if they only happen every once in a blue moon, it's fine. If you really want to fix the stalemate of late game, you just introduce the Company of Heroes victory point system and make it like we've done this actually, and we've done like community games with this. It's phenomenal. If you capture sacred sites and say you get down to 9 minutes on the timer, and then you recapture them 30 minutes later, it'll resume at 9 minutes. That will give you the resolution to stagnation. Because like the reason this is stagnant is because both of them push in, one of them wins, then they push further forward, then the guy's recovered his army, he pushes you back. And you do that and repeat. But if you're always coming to the midpoint, you have that balance point of who's going to be in control. Delhi? No. So that's where you'd have to make this weird complication where Delhi wouldn't be able to get the resumable like sacred site until their castle. So you would have to code a really weird loophole, or you just have to rework Delhi's sacred sites, which I think I'm okay with the idea of anyway. Breaking coming here. Look at this. Anatan's on the trade again. I think Puppy Paw might have a bit too much siege. Yeah, he's struggling to actually hold this back from reaching his economy, so a lot of traders going down. Puppy Paw down to just 18 traders. Meanwhile, Anatan healthy at 35. Wait, what happened from Anatan? Did he actually sell the stone? Dude, he has 12,000 gold right now. Are you kidding me? This is actually wild. Well, I try to run ads before the games begin. Apologies to people who've been experiencing them in the middle, but this is exactly why I recommend people to subscribe, because I wouldn't be able to stop ads running. This game has now been going on for an hour and 13 minutes. And I still don't see an end in sight. And Anatan remade the market, but I love that. He made it in the stealth forest. He lost a little bit of resource per end, because it's not as corner adjacent, right? But it's now all through stealth forest, so it's harder to see. Yeah, guys, it's only 400 worker kills. Like, that's not great, right? I don't know what the record is we've seen. I think we've seen, like, between two players, I think we've had a game that was like 700 worker kills before. Yeah, we're going to find out if capture age can actually count past 3 digits. I feel like that's where we're heading here. He's in again. The farms are once again getting idled out. Puppy Paw is down to 68 eco. Now, this is interesting because actually, if Anatan can hold the next wave, it's a pivot. But it requires the hold because this is a really big deal. Puppy Paw has reserves, but remassing, like building reserves behind this difficult now. He has an overwhelming military advantage for a push, but then a full reset. We've seen this many times where a player gradually builds up to a bigger and bigger military, and then in one fight, they can lose the entire game. Difficult to do now, though, with so many mangoes and 78 arbitrary to back it up. Horsemen have snuck in again as well. I know, needs to address that. Has 120 horsemen in queue? Yeah, but if Anno goes back to spears, I guess that's a big if, because for some reason he's ignoring spearmen again. And looks like the cows are about to be let out of the ranch, unless Banker repairs. Okay, coming in clutch there. The Banker repairs keeps the ranch alive. Damn, just about as well. That's tight. Doesn't have to worry about rebuilding those or getting blocked. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? He just immediately rebuild. But it's like, at this point in the game, it's something easy to overlook, and then that's just less food to work with. He's in. Let's check these mangoes. It's not a quick siege. Not against Banker repairs. He still has 1,500 stone. Wait, Kildani, do you really not know what Banker repairs is? So Banker repairs, folks, is a tech that is unique to Malians that you get in the TC that lets you repair quicker. Which actually became more powerful when they, a few patches ago, made that change where when you repair with more than, say, 3 villages, you actually burn a lot of resources. I think Banker repairs like 250 resources. Does anyone in chat remember the exact number? Or is it, it might be, it's between 150 and 250, I think. It's pretty cheap. 100. There you go. Wow, yeah, exactly between what I was thinking. So yeah, that does sound about right. I think it's gold and food? Was it food and wood? Food and gold, there you go. Oh, good thing you're playing Malians then. You've got plenty of that. Puppy Paw is not really breaking through the walls quickly here. He will be in soon. And Anatan will have to flood out in that moment. He has queued up gunners again, but they aren't able to spawn yet. Okay, 75 wood, 100 gold is what Banco costs. Does it help ships? I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. Which is why, like, Banco repairs with the transport ship javelins is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy, though. The horsemen trying to conga line through. A bunch do get out, and the arbitrator moving in. Needs to be careful. A lot of splash damage coming through there. The mangoes have been queued up for Anatan, and they are going to be frontline oriented. But the horseman raid is going to be big. Puppy Paw. This is the biggest amount to make it through so far. He still needs to address the arbors on the front side. Puppy Paw with 140 military right now. Trying to brew his way in. Front line is going to fall. Mango shots are coming through, and that is resetting the arbor count. But the horseman raid continues. Is being hunted by the Musafadi. There will be a repair on the wall. I'm so hungry. I'm hungrier than a Malian citizen right now. I mean, Anatan hasn't actually had over 1,000 food in quite some time. The things I do for esports. Yeah, I agree. This patch is like usually most games over in Castle, you might see the start of Imperial. This is wild. We've had 2 of these type of games this week, and funnily enough, both of them involve the Canadians, by the way. We had the WAM versus SAS game, which was an hour and 20 minutes. That one at least had an end in sight, because both those civs weren't great trading civs. These ones, however, can keep this going for another hour. And don't be mistaken, folks. Puppy Paw isn't out of food. He has plenty of food still in reserve. If you'd like to do the maths on that, yep, that's over 11,000 food that he has invested into a backlog of horsemen. Oh my god. We are gradually moving more and more towards Siege Paw. Puppy Siege? Like, the craziest thing is that we were on course for like a 15-minute game average length before this match. And now, this would have doubled the average close to, I think. Well, we'd be like around 25 minutes game average length after this one game, right? So increasing the game average length by over 10 minutes is pretty wild. For one game. 4 games in. Is Anathan hoping he can buy game number 5? This is wild. And yes, good eyes, chat. The Malians do have speed increase called free leadership. We talked a little bit earlier, by a little bit, I mean probably actually at this point about 20 minutes or so in, about the idea of just having 1 or 2 constantly for the support aura. But Anathan never done it. We are here again. Puppy Paw 24 traders, about to lose more. But the guild hall only has another 2k in it, so, you know, he's not running out. And no, pit mines aren't gone for good when they get, like, boomed, right? You can still build on the expired point if you don't wall over it. Puppy's breeding horses in a 30-24, right? Like, Puppy Paw is living in an alternate universe where we never discovered cars. Like, dude. If someone invested in horses this much at the turn of the 20th century, expecting it to last, like, the way that he's done this is the equivalent of someone today investing in Intel, huffing hopium of the turnaround long term. I mean, it might, but I don't know if it's going to be that relevant 50 years from now. Puppy Paw should really just rename himself to Pony Paw at this stage. Well, actually, that wouldn't be true because it's Pony Rich. And yep, I'm sorry. No, Intel employees aren't catching stray Fs. They're catching stray 401ks. Wait, is that the thing they give you when you get fired? I forget what it's called. Was it 15,000 employees they laid off? I don't know what the American form is. I'm trying to be American about this. We have like P60s in the UK. That's a retirement? I mean, retiring is the same as like losing your job, I guess. Yeah, but isn't there a form they give you? Like I say, I think it's P60s is when you we have in the UK when your job ends. It's either P60s or P45s. Horseman now going again. There's a lot of mangoes though. It's gonna shuffle by. I actually have one horseman who's been hanging out here the whole time. Oh my god, can we just... Did we just flip a coin? No form, you don't have that sort of worker protection? That's believable. You know, to be relevant with the levels of worker protection you get in America, if America ever gets added to Age of Empires 4, you should not be able to garrison in your TC. Wait, did... Oh my god. Anno just deleted all the traders. All of them are gone. Finally, the plan reveals itself. He's just stockpiled enough gold not to care. Are you kidding me? If this works, it will be the play of 2024. If it doesn't, it will be the folly of 2024. This is his moment. Mass Gun is queued up. Not only has he released those traders from the sweet, sweet breaths of life, but Puppy Paw is now looking to release the cows. I know we'll have to rebuild those. He needs all the food he can get here. 5,000 reserve though, and he's bloating up fast. And this is unexpected. Puppy Paw, when he sees the full army in one spot, questions are going to be asked. We've seen Anatan do double-digit mangoes multiple times, and multiple times it has cost him his push. But this is a different breed. And if you do not want to have to worry about it at all, subscribe. I can't control the ads. Anno now marching up. Dude, I swear Twitch actually knows AoE 4. That's automated ads. Marches forward. Army looking as big as it's ever been. This now looks like a Fulani game, but it's not. The Mango mosh pit is gaining momentum, but he needs to crush the counter-off force here. Puppy Paw with only 5. Robotica's also holding back. Once again, a Farima leadership play would be sick here. Instead, he's got Warrior Scouts also getting added in. The pushback does continue. And Puppy Paw, wait, he's adding Springles. That must be a misclick. Oh my god, that Mango hit! Anno needs to open fire here. Robotiquins are starting to move in, and there's a lack of a front line. Oh no, these A clicks on the Mangoes are not here. Anatan, I feel like he's griefing himself right now. He's wasting so much time on 2 horsemen instead of on the Arbor trees and the Robotiquins. I think that's what's really missing in these big fights from Anno is the micro with his siege. It's just not on point. He's literally just turning up to the fight and A-clicking. He's played way too much Marlian. All right, boys, back behind the walls. I'll see you again soon. We'll meet again in 2 minutes. I mean, this is less of a sprint and more of a marathon now. We're approaching the hour and 30-minute mark, the longest game we've ever had in the history of Midweek Muster. Oh. The good news for Anno is if he loses here, it may be a demoralizing loss, but you don't have to reset and then worry about additional games. For Puppy Paw, he's built such an extensive lead in this series that if this drains him, he'll at least have time to recoup and come again in game 5, 6, and maybe even 7. What's M-Lord's commentary for this? This is me over there ended the game like 30 minutes ago. There you go. That's that. There, you don't even need to open his Twitch chat. You can literally already get it here. I'm the champion. We won this in 30 minutes. How does Puppy Paw not win the French by then? There you go. Sorry, M-Lord. Dude's catching strays. No. A slight concave here for Puppy Paw. Mangoes just need to focus. He's moving in now. Love this as well. Staggers 1 by 1. It's a better way, right? Because they're bulked together. The Robotiquins do need to retreat. They're starting to be reached here. The gunners are targeting them. Great read. A full force retreat here for Puppy Paw. Anno's getting deeper. Good reset. I love this. He's not over aggroing. He's waiting for him to have the numbers again before he pushes once more. Could this be it? Food is struggling, right? But the gold, he's still got 8k in reserve. You know, if you get down to like 4k and it looks bad, just rebuild, idiot. All right, just get more traders again. However, Puppy Paw has so much more gold in reserve. 12,000 at this stage. So tricky to micro it right here, but it really feels like that's what's missing for Anatan. in these engagements. The Mangoes just haven't found the correct targets. Republican's always getting away with it. Enemy Mango's not being brought down. Finally, the Mango shots do come in to take out some of the anti-infantry here. Horseman trying to shuffle around. He's spreading it wide, but good reaction with the Donzos. And wait, no, backstab. Horsemen are in. And that's going to be Mango losses. Looks like he does at least minimize it, right? Only 2 going down. Actually make it free. The second group comes in. Patience from Puppy Paw. And the gaps are showing. Anno, if he loses this bulk, there's no opportunity to really rebuild here, right? The resources aren't there anymore. And by God, I think the Canadian has done it. The longest game in midweek muster history. And still a 4-0 and a statement from Puppy Paw upon his return to the weekly esports circuit. I don't think there's any time for Anno to rebuild his economy now. Down to 60 villages. And that is it. He hasn't even got the full ranches set up, right? A bunch of cattle are actually let loose, so hasn't got that extra food. And now, I can't believe it. He was up to 20,000 gold. He's now under 1,000. This is it. Let's say I said an hour and 24 minutes. Even I couldn't get it right. We went beyond. I don't think anyone predicted it this deep. Anatan has bulked for one last hurrah. Luckily for him, Puppy Paw does not have Reboldiquins right now. However, unluckily for Anatan, he has 0 siege. And good eyeballs, EBB. You can see it on the bracket. Puppy Paw cleaned his way through everyone. Did not drop a single game after taking a week's break from the midweek muster. This is the fastly approaching number 2 in the Age of Empires 4 scene that we've come to expect. Of course, Marine Lord's still holding that coveted number 1 spot. Not losing a single S-tier event so far. Puppy Paw going into 2025. This is a statement to M-Lord watching that I am nibbling at your heel. Look how cleanly I cut down your scrim partner. Make it look so trivial. I say trivial, it took an hour and 30 minutes. Every time Anno looked like he was on the verge of a breakthrough, of a moment where he could win the game, back in his corner he had to go. Keep drop now come from Puppy Paw. It's forcing Anno-san to overreact here. Doesn't want to give him that staging point, but the Mangoes are a problem. And the cancel does come in. The Flood moves forward. Reboldiquins cannot be built yet. Puppy Paw actually needs to lose units. Line formation is going to be coming through for the Mangoes. If they just turn around right now, these shots can be big. Does it even matter? Guys, we got to talk about Gambesons. This tech. That's it. He calls it. Puppy Paw makes it 4 out of 6 midweek muster champion slots. The most accomplished, most decorated player in our weekly circuit so far is back. And he is back with a statement. A day filled with fox killing. Proving that the dog is the perfect hunter of foxes. Man, absolutely crazy game between these two. Ridiculous the way this went. Look at. We were approaching 600,000 resources gathered in this game from Anatan. What a game. What a series. Shout out to everyone who's been watching. Shout out to the players. Big congratulations to Puppy Paw for getting another win underneath his belt. Now 4 out of 6. Commiserations to Anatan. He just couldn't find it in the end. Puppy Paw was just so quick and aggressive out of the gates here. This final game, look at the kills, guys. Between them, massacring well over 5,000 people in this game. Economy, I mean, ... says it all, right? Anatan, 212,000 food. Gold was 205,000. Meanwhile, look at it, half the count for Puppy Paw on gold. Similar on food. Crazy series. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Probably going to be uploading this grand finals in 2 parts. I'm trying to experiment with like clumping the series together within reason. Let me know if you like this format instead. But big shout out, big congratulations to Puppy Paw. Well-earned victory. And let me know who you think's going to win in Midweek Muster number 7. We've got one more week of 2024 Midweek Muster. And also, we'll be building a PC at the end of that stream with my mum making her first appearance on camera. Really exciting times to come still. And we're also planning a tournament for the end of the month on the weekend. So don't worry. Across the festivities, this is still going to be the channel to be checking in on. I'll catch you on the next chapter. Wow. GG. 4-0 victory. Bloody wild. ML needs to enter next week. I'd welcome it. But I think we have sign-ups confirmed. I don't believe he has. We have 1 or 2 players who played this week that won't be. I believe, remind me, Chum, it is going to be the return of Puppy Paw again. He is back for 2 weeks in a row now, right? Actually, guys, do you want to have? Do you want me to show you the next Midweek Muster, what it looks like? I'm just checking on the YouTube people. Yeah, the amount of comments on YouTube across that one game was crazy. So, Mummy stream? Oh, my mum is going to be on. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the gifted sub. You absolute legend. Thank you, thank you. My mum will appreciate the ad-free viewing experience. So, let me open it up. Because we have got one more Midweek Muster this week. And remember, next year, this is still going to be the place to be. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Because we have got Midweek Musters from January through to June. All officially sponsored by World's Edge. Shout out to them. They've been phenomenal. Their support. Really big shout out to Lily. I couldn't do it without that absolute gem, that boo, that superstar. And also a big shout out to Chim Akame for helping make things possible behind the scenes. But we have got details up. So I'll run you through it to round out the stream. So here's what things look like. Careful, there's going to be a little bit of a flashbang as I switch over. But boom. Midweek Muster number 7. We're switcherooing on the map again. So we are pulling out Himeyama, and we also decided to take out, off the top of my brain, I'm actually like brain farting. I'm very hungry right now. Apologies for that. Because I didn't make myself a protein work shake. My mistake. Kalauga. Yeah, so it's Himeyama and Kalauga being removed. And we are bringing in Atacama and Hallowed Spring. Hallowed Spring is a little bit like a Himeyama-esque map. But then we've taken out 2 watery maps, right? And we brought in a land one. So Atacama is the one where you have a really big tree line in the middle of the map. And then you have small trees near you. So very interesting map. That's a default map from my understanding. So I thought it'd be really cool to bring that in. Get some testing. That's going to be default map for the week. And here are the brackets. They're going to need to be slightly rejigged. Actually, no, I believe this is confirmed, isn't it? So Puppy Paw will be making his return. Dumu coming back. We've got ETX Play, new face. I think I saw him in chat earlier. That's really cool to see. So Stopper's going to be in again. Dragavan, Voldemar, and Maz. We've got Cat and Cow going to be facing off. That's right. Battle the Animals. Dumu, Road, Lash, Miyamaika. We've got B, Mjerticula, Starflark, and Avaku. Anatan, Hossein. See, I'm starting to get it right. MSNDK, M7, Scarlet Devil. Love that we got Scarlet Devil coming in. Really talented guy. He's on the Chinese team for the team tournament. Really, really talented lad. We've got Lemonos, another new face. Sass, Gora, Louis MT, Red Darksider, Give You Anxiety, make another return. Trackle, Kiljadi, Marco Tambi, Myriad, and Fleas. So we had a few players decide they wanted to take a break. If you leave Wham, Vortex, and there was another one I'm forgetting that decided they wanted a week off. But still, a lot of known names are going to be here playing for the next week. So really, really cool what we've been able to do. I mean, really great turnout as well. I appreciate everyone who's been turning up. Remember to keep turning up to these. I know some people being like, I wish I could sponsor the event or whatever. Don't feel pressured to do that. Like if you can afford to give subs or whatever, I appreciate it. It actually helps get me to a point where I'm able to, you know, make positive income from this instead of putting money into it. So it definitely helps. Every little helps. Unique subs definitely help as well, because like I said, it means that Bezos has to give us a bigger cut if we have 100 unique subscribers, 300 unique subscribers. But yeah, I've been appreciating all the support. If you guys want to help out, something that is free to do, just keep tuning in. You guys are absolute superstars. You know, we stream every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. It'll be a little bit different across Christmas, obviously, because of where Christmas is in the week, so we'll probably have a bit of a breather there. But like I said, we're planning to do one more iteration this month for Midweek Muster. That'll take us through to the 19th. And then I am planning out a tournament on the weekend of 28th, 29th as well. And then Midweek Muster would return for Friday, the 3rd of January. So yeah, there's still plenty of action to be had in 2024, and this will be a place to do it, of course. So hopefully you'll join me in that. And if you want to go above just watching, like I said, outside of the things like subscribing or whatever, let people know. It's always a really big help to let more and more people know. If you're in a Discord community, if you're in part of the Reddit community, just interacting with the tweets and stuff like that. When I tweet out, like actually just interacting on Twitter helps the metrics, helps convince sponsors. Reddit, upvoting, all these small things, easily done, will also help us grow. And fingers crossed, we'll continue to do so as we approach 2025. But guys, what I'm going to do, YouTube side, you've been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy. I'm going to chef's kiss you away. Hope you enjoyed the games. We are going to be back tomorrow. The new week number 7 begins tomorrow. So we'll have some series. We'll be going live at 2 p.m. my time, so 3 p.m. CET. We should be live by then to catch a few of the series live. So make sure you tune in then. But that's all I've got to say, YouTube. Much love.